I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education to order. I asked Dr. Doyle if she would please do a roll call for us.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board. Ms. Frances Boomer.
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Present.
Mr. Carol Ipock.
Present and in the room.
Ms. Stephanie King.
Here.
Ms. Kelly Muse.
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Chairman, we have 6 members present, 0 absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. And at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Doyle. She will give us some guidance.
Thank you. Chairman, if you could give me a second so that we can get some technical difficulties taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
The clicker's not working. It was working yesterday. I don't know what the issue is.
Maybe it's that it's not just mine.
It's a, I don't know. We're just going to have my slides up here. Thank you for the couple of seconds to get situated there. I appreciate your patience. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Education. It gives me great pleasure to stand up here in front of you today to provide an update on our school system's progress towards meeting the goals that we have set for our students, our staff, and our community. I stand up here also very proud of the work that our team has done, not just to prepare this presentation for you, but also to do the work to make sure that what we share with you today is focused on student learning and our staff. I want to remind you and bring us back to the vision that our community stakeholder group established and began the process of establishing 3 years ago this month. If you remember, in 2018, our Board of Education brought together a 62-member committee of diverse community members from religious backgrounds, civic, cultural, public service, community, business, and parents. And over a 6-month period, they created a vision for public education in Craven County schools. Since that time, we have endured a significant hurricane, and we are in the midst of a pandemic. We have never been more tested than we have been in the last 11 months as a school system and as a team. But again, I come to you saying 2 things. One, we're not satisfied with the progress of our students, but I cannot be more proud of our teachers, our principals, our support staff, and the leadership of this system in doing the work to continue a relentless focus on children every single day. Our vision for Craven County Schools is that we envision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life, who values educators and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student. And I have to say, and stop here for a second, yesterday as we spent some time with our school leaders in our Leadership Academy, one of the things that we heard a couple of times throughout the day is how our teachers are really beginning to think differently about what they do every day, but also what that means for when we get back to normal. Let me also say, as the superintendent of Craven County Schools and a member of this community, we are going to get back to a better and more prosperous normal for our community and for our children. It's going to take us some time, but we are in the last few miles of this marathon. Also, we aspire to lead in education and community engagement, and we invite all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of our students, our community, our nation, and our world. We're going to achieve that vision by continuing to pursue our mission, which says that as a school system, working together with our families and community, that Craven County Schools will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. Maybe. Just a real quick summary. of where we are today. We have 13,055 students. That includes our pre-K students that are still coming to school with us every single day. It also does represent our K through 13 grade level students in 15 elementary schools, 5 middle schools, and 5 high schools. We are working to ensure that our students will be able to read at or above grade level, to learn how to learn skills. That is really the purpose of our continuous improvement in Craven County Schools, is to teach all of us how to learn from what we are learning and how to be even more active and successful learners so that when the challenges that we confront, not just as a community with a pandemic or a hurricane, but when we confront the challenges that we face in life with a job change, the loss of a family member, a significant event at a workplace, that we are the learners learning from that event and making the next situation even better. That we will display the personal characteristics, our children will, that support problem solving, critical thinking, and inquiry. That we will graduate our students on time and ready for college or work. That we'll use multiple tools to include technology, but also sticky notes, paper, pencil, ropes, anything that we can find to support learning now and in the future. And that we will imagine and create a successful life by developing the skills for our students to be successful professionally, to be successful personally, and to be successful in their civic life. You can see the breakdown of our student population on the chart on that screen as well. We have a very diverse school system, which I think makes us stronger. Each one of these students represents the promise of our future, and we are very, very humbled to be of service to them and to make sure that get to the highest level of attainment in their lives. We have a little bit of a lag here. Our goals are focused on student learning. Student learning is at the center, but I also want to say to you that adult learning is in the center. Organizational learning and agility, one of the core values that we see on the wall, is at the center of our work. In order for us to get better at making or creating results for students that allow them to attain every one of the dreams and imagine and create their successful lives, learning has got to be a part of that process every single day. And everything that we're doing is leading towards that focus. Our Board of Education knows that we have a strategic plan that has 5 goals, which are organized into 3 specific priorities. 1, optimum student achievement. Also effective and efficient operations, and then a safe and orderly and inviting learning environment. In those goals, we have sub-goals for this school year that we're working hard towards. One is that our students are going to be reading at or above grade level. Folks, this is one of the most challenging during this time, is ensuring that our students are reading both nonfiction and fiction texts for a significant amount of time each day to maintain or improve their reading proficiency on grade level. As the amount of minutes that our teachers have with our students in person is limited every single day by this pandemic, it limits our ability to do this as well. And so we're trying to find innovative ways to reach our children and our parents to convey the importance of making sure that our students continue to make progress on their reading goals. Also, we're working to increase our school performance grades by improving grade level proficiency and exceeding growth in reading, math, and exceeding proficiency in science. The challenge again there is potentially for the 2nd year in a row and the 3rd year in a row where a natural disaster has made an impact on it, we may or may not have formalized data that is comparable across the state. One thing I think it's important for us to understand is that as we compare our data, if we do get data at the end of the school year, we'll be happy to have it. First, because it's giving us information about how to improve for the future and really allowing us to see where the gaps are for our students. What it's not doing is telling the difference in our school schedule from school system to school system. Our school, our Board of Education has taken a very conservative approach to getting students back to school. And that is taking a measured and informed approach to helping teachers move into in-person instruction throughout the year. But that has meant we started out with remote learning for the first quarter of this school year, and we have transitioned in and out based on our ability to staff our schools, but also based on health and safety data. That is different from what has happened in every other system in North Carolina. There are some systems who have not been in school in person one day this school year. And there are systems who have been in person with students every day, not with every student, but every day this school system. And so this year, and as last year, there's a wide variety of how our school systems in North Carolina have been able to impact student learning. And so that is important that we know as we begin to think about our test results at the end of this school year. We'll also graduate students college and career ready by improving the four-year cohort graduation rate. This also is a challenge right now as our students are increasingly frustrated, especially at the secondary level, by our constraints on our ability to return students to more in-person days. And these are also opportunities for us to be innovative in how we're meeting the needs of our students at this time. And the strategies that we're employing there is really fundamental strategies that we know are going to get us to alignment first and improved performance ultimately for our students. And that is making sure that our district curriculum documents, like our pacing guides, our curriculum materials, remote instruction resources are aligned to the standard course of study. Using a predictive assessment system, but understanding that this year it is not predictive. It is not predictive this school year because we cannot rely on the same fundamental, consistent minutes of instruction from day to day, week to week, or 9 weeks to 9 weeks. I want you to hear, however, that we have used this benchmark data to our advantage. And that although we've got lots of folks who are concerned about how much help our students are receiving on these benchmarks, I can say to you unequivocally that most of our students are taking them seriously. And the reason we know that is because not everyone's getting 100, right? They are really trying to find out what they need to know, and our schools are doing a good job of helping them. Are some folks getting some extra help? Yes, but clearly not everyone and clearly not the majority. So that data helps us to identify what standards, skills, and abilities we need to be developing in our students so that we can make improvement. We're working on our professional learning communities and the time that this board has enabled our teachers to continue to meet in professional learning communities, even though Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, our teachers are not getting any planning because they're covering for one another to ensure that there's enough supervision and instruction being provided during those in-person days. That planning time on Wednesday is what's keeping them on pace and focused on student outcomes. Also, we're working to decrease short-term suspensions. In some ways, this is going to be easy this year, right? We still do have some issues where student behavior can be improved, and we are working on the things that are finding the root causes of those student behavioral issues. However, we're going to see a significant drop in short-term suspensions. And although I'd love to take the credit for that, and our principals would love to take the credit for that, we have to attribute that to the pandemic and the lack of in-person instruction. And of course, increasing student attendance is also an area where we're trying to focus our work. Effective and efficient operations. Dr. Miller is going to talk with you about the work that her goal team is doing to attract, hire, and develop and retain a high-quality workforce that reflects the diverse population and culture of our school system, because we want to reduce that turnover rate. I said to our school leaders yesterday, and this is the truth, we don't hire the teachers at this level, but it is our job to support them. And we are doing everything that we can to identify those processes at the district level that may be impeding teacher turnover. But we're going to hear some data today as Dr. Miller speaks about what we've identified as some challenges. And one of the biggest of those is the percentage of students that we have, or percentage of teachers that we have that are on alternative licensure that we are turning over at a more fast rate than other teachers. And so she's going to talk about the strategies that we need to put in place to support those teachers at a higher level. Also, in effective and efficient operations, we're going to talk about the levels of customer satisfaction and the work we're doing to improve communication. This has been a significant amount of feedback that we receive from the board, as you all receive feedback from the community, and there are opportunities for us to improve there and to use multiple modes of communication to not just give information, but also to receive it. Also, that our system has adopted a systems approach to continuous improvement, and we'll receive an update there. And finally, in safe and inviting teaching and working environments, we will model a high-performing organizational culture. We have changed this goal, and this is one important part that will be illustrated by the next couple of slides. This year, we asked the Board of Education to make an adjustment in this goal. We started with 2 goals here that were focused on the last 2 issues, which is ensuring that our facilities meet state, federal, and local safety standards, and that students, school-level employees will rate our school facilities to be safe, inviting, and appropriate for learning. We added a goal here because of all of the feedback that we've received related to our IT infrastructure, both what happens when students are remote and receiving instruction from us at home, but also what's happening in our system when they are face-to-face with us if they need to access technology and those tools. So Mr. Lee has taken that goal, and we are beginning the transition of the other 2 goals to our facility services. So this is what is represented in the next 2 slides. You see, this is the graphic that talks about our big strategic priorities. Again, optimum student achievement, effective and efficient operations, and safe and inviting working environment, and our 5 goals that go underneath it. You'll see that on the right-hand side, where there are 2 goals for this year, that has changed to 3. And so again, the Board of Education approved that change, I believe in November, and we are moving forward with that work. And I think you'll be excited about the presentation that you hear from Mr. Lee on that note, but also the opportunities we have to improve. I want to bring us back also to accreditation. In the spring of 2017, we received an external review visit from an accreditation team through Advance Ed, which again is now named Cognia. We have that coming up in the next 12 months, or probably about 15 months. During that time, there were 3 improvement priorities that we were directed to take action on immediately, and we have done that. And we continue to do that. And the text that you see in blue represents an update from our last meeting, or our last presentation to you during the organizational review. The first one was that we needed to design, implement, and monitor a system-wide continuous program of professional learning that builds capacity among all staff and is aligned to the system's purpose and direction. So at the first organizational review this year, we presented to you that we have a professional learning plan that's aligned to the strategic plan and continuous improvement. What I want you to hear now is that professional learning is not just aligned to our strategic plan, but it's also aligned to our Board of Education's and our system's adopted approach to continuous improvement. And that is our priority work, as it is focused on that fundamental skill of learning how to learn. And systematic coaching has been put in place, so it's not just an event. It is a regular occurrence happening in classrooms, in schools, and beginning to happen in departments at the cabinet level and also at the Board of Education level. The second indicator was that we were required to develop, implement, and evaluate a rigorous, vertically and horizontally aligned K-12 curriculum that ensures high expectations for all students to become college, career, and citizenship ready. In this area, we have increased the number of classrooms that are implementing classroom learning systems. And this is critical because it's not just about the curriculum, it's also about those teachers having the ability to deliver that curriculum as it is intended at the rigorous level that it is intended. In addition, we are in the process, and this should be noted here, we're in the process of beginning a math adoption. And so that math adoption will put us one step further into making sure that we have that vertically and horizontally aligned curriculum resource. I want the board to hear, we do have pacing guides that are guiding the work of our math teachers, but we need an anchor curriculum that our teachers can hold on to use to select high quality instructional activities and content. It's not sufficient for our teachers to feel like they have to go to places like Pinterest or to teachers pay teachers to find resources that we need to be providing to them. And as many of our board members would remember, this was a rallying cry for our teachers for a number of years. We don't have a curriculum. We don't have a curriculum. It's important that everyone understands that curriculum is our standards, It is our resources, our textbooks, our digital documents, our supplemental materials, as well as our assessments, and then what we do with all that that make up our total curriculum. We are trying to shore that up with multiple pieces that are aligned, but also support the teachers, not overwhelm them. The next one was develop, implement, and evaluate a systemic and systematic process to formally and consistently monitor instructional practice with fidelity to ensure alignment with the system's purpose and direction to improve student learning. In this area, we have school improvement goal team work focused on all 5 goals, but also especially on reading, math, and science that is focused on the monitoring and implementation of those pacing guides, those benchmark assessments, and professional learning communities. And then finally, develop, implement, and evaluate formalized processes, practices, and procedures to review, revise, and communicate the systems process for student success that is data-driven. And although you don't see an area here that has changed, this is ongoing systematic work. Our review of benchmarks, which you'll hear from Ms. Lee, what's happening at schools with the review of data is not just an event where we're reviewing data. It is a call to action for our teachers and our school improvement teams to begin implementing changes that are going to lead to higher levels of learning. So I also want to emphasize what has changed in the last 12 months. And you may say, what is 12 months? Please don't think that 12 months is since last January. I'm saying 12 months is since really August of 2019, when the Board of Education recommitted to a systems approach of continuous improvement. We have had interruptions. And so we've really had about 12 months at this point to put this work into practice. However, again, our folks have not continued their relentless pursuit of improvement. First, the board made that, and I should say July, recommitment to a systems approach. We began training and continuous improvement for leadership in September of that year. We began school improvement planning for performance excellence for school improvement teams. Session 1 happened. We did another session of that same training. So bringing those school improvement teams in and continuing to help them understand how to focus on their goal work. Classroom learning system training began in October. And by the end of last school year, we had approximately 250 teachers trained. Today, you'll receive an update on that number. School improvement planning, again, was planned right in February as we hit the pandemic. So we really changed our focus into our pandemic response and school opening. I can tell you that what we learned from that, as we are really trying to learn ourselves from our own work, is that we should have continued our focus in our goal teams on that response. And it was difficult, as all of us had to kind of stop, restart, and transition to a new way of delivering instruction. But as we've talked with our school leadership, they share the same feelings that we shifted to operations, but we needed to keep our focus also on learning. And we have, but we've got to make sure that it's systematic, even when there's an emergency. In fact, those are the times that we need to lean in to our strategic planning so that we can make adjustments more quickly and communicate more effectively what we're trying to achieve. Classroom learning system, as I said, Ms. Lee will provide an update on this, began again last summer. We did our first session remotely and quite frankly decided that that was not the most effective way to deliver. And so our coaches have really, really done a great deal of work, the trainers who are training this work, to deliver this training face-to-face with the highest level of safety and health protocols. We've revised pacing guides after last year and made significant improvement to those pacing guides and continue to do that work, adding additional grades and subjects. We used CCS teachers to give us feedback on those pacing guides and also did the same with our benchmarks. We conducted our first organizational review for this year in October. We had organizational reviews last year, and so you can start seeing that become a systematic process where the Board of Education gets an update on the progress of our system on achieving its goals. Then we have been administering benchmarks throughout this year and learning from those benchmarks how to make our instruction better, both remote and in person. And we've really worked as school improvement coaches with each school to ensure that they're setting up the leadership structure in their buildings to be able to focus their goal work. Some of the things that we are hearing and that you may be hearing is that we've got multiple people that are serving on more than one goal team. Well, and that's overwhelming. And so we're really trying to help principals figure out how to not do that so that everyone gets an opportunity to lead, which is part of their teacher evaluation instrument. Everyone has a leadership opportunity and they're leading, learning in their buildings, but also so that we're not tapping the same one person for everything that needs to happen in a building. It's not sustainable and it's not going to be effective in the long term. But those are practices that it takes some time to step out of. And it requires training. We've conducted department training, and department training is something that we want to become more systematic about. So trying to figure out how those things need to happen on a regular basis to support those department heads so they can support the work of our schools. And then finally, Central Services conducted a customer satisfaction survey this year, and you'll see how that data is being used to improve the services that Central Office is providing to our schools. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Lee. I will, though, take any questions if the board has them. I would like to ask that the board give each presenter the opportunity to present their information and then ask questions at the end. So I'll be glad to take questions now, or I can take them at any time during our time today.
I just had a quick question. What year did you say the accreditation was done and the directives given?
2017, so May of 2017. The visit happened in April, and I think we received the preliminary report in May and the final report in June or July of that year.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Yes,
No questions?
I have a recommendation. We must get this information, Madam Chair, 3 to 5 days before the organizational review. There's a voluminous amount of material, and it just makes it hard to digest and be able to ask, at least on my part, informed and reasoned questions.
May I speak to that, Ms.
Yes,
Clark? We heard that request last time, and please know that we are working very hard to get that information to you ahead of time. This takes a lot of work, as you can see. And also, we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to present this data to you in a way that the information that we've gathered from our stakeholders, from the people who are doing this work, is presented accurately. And so that's why we did try to get that information out to you this weekend, but we will try to get it to you even sooner if that is the board's wishes.
May I respond? Again, we're kicking the can down the curb. No one denies the fact that your committee, as well as yourself, is working very well. I received this material yesterday morning, and other board members, I understand, received it the day before. Again, I'm just saying we can be more effective if in fact we want to digest and truly analyze this information.
Thank you for the feedback.
So I will make a motion at the next board meeting, Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
that we get this information.
Okay. Ms. Muse?
Also, the manner in which we received the information, it was stuck in our mailbox, and legally, you're not supposed to do that. Mine was stuck in my residential mailbox. So receiving the information digitally would be more appropriate because we all may have mail in our mailbox at the time that this was stuck in there, and it's not necessarily information that anybody would need to see from here.
Now, mine was left on my front porch, and which I'm very grateful for, but perhaps we could do it both digitally as well as hard copy.
Then I'll add that I was perfectly satisfied with the way I received the information, and thank you.
Thank you all for the feedback.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle.
Ms. Lee? Oh, sorry. It is not Ms. Lee. This is Dr. Diggs first. I apologize.
No problem. Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
As Dr. Doyle covered this earlier, yes, ma'am.
Chairman, would you mind adopting the agenda very quickly?
I make a motion that this agenda be adopted.
Second.
It has been moved and second that the agenda be adopted. Are you ready for question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Thank you,
Ayes have
Chairman.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. As Dr. Doyle shared earlier, the October student achievement information for goals 1 and 3. Okay. So I will be starting out with information from goal 1, and Ms. Lee will be continuing that as this bulk of the work is within our division. So this is a slide that you saw earlier as Dr. Doyle talked a little bit about each of these areas. And so then we will share information regarding updates from the work from the previous, that we've done since the previous organizational review, and then information moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind taking your mask off? Is that allowable, y'all?
Can I speak louder?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
it's
that-
coming through muffled.
I understand.
You want to put that on? You can sit it on there. It'll-
Okay.
I promise it won't slide.
I didn't want it to slide off the podium. I definitely don't want to break your computer. So information from the organizational review and update based on work that we talked about in our October session. The first one was increasing our cohort graduation rate. And just to let you know some of the things, work that we've done since that time, the cohort graduation rate training meetings that Dr. Cooper and I held with each of the 5 high schools, just to be sure that they were aware of which students are counting in this year's graduation cohort and how to make sure that they can verify that information. What we've come to find out just from experience and in working with schools over the years is that a lot of times your cohort graduation rate is greatly impacted by just documentation and making sure that you have tracked where the students are and when they enrolled, and to be sure that that information is accurate. So we created a process for the schools to be able to track that information more effectively along with the data managers. So the data managers, school counselors, CDCs, and the school administrators were all in this session, and we held them with individual schools in October to be sure that they could track that information. The next item, the credit tracking tool. This is an idea that we started tossing around last spring. And so I should actually take my name off of this one because it was just my idea, but Dr. Cooper and Mr. Krieger, who's the school counselor at West Craven High School, actually did the legwork to create this process. We introduced it to the high school counselors last Wednesday in our high school registration meeting. And now they're doing some revisions based on that feedback, and it will allow them to more effectively track graduation credits for all of the students, so that we could be sure we're not missing anyone and students have taken the actual courses that they need to graduate. And then the last item in that section is the high school registration planning session. And that is the meeting that we had last Wednesday with the high school counselors, CDCs, the 8th grade counselors, and some curriculum and instruction directors to start planning this year's registration process for all of the schools with assisting students with registering for classes for the upcoming year. This process is one of our key areas because if we do this well, then we can make sure that students are taking the courses that they need to graduate, and we can keep them in place for on-time graduation at their schools. So that was the first area, and all 5 high schools were represented at that session. The next item for an update is the increased attendance at all the schools, with a focus obviously on trying to be above that 95% mark, and I'll share some updated information and data with you regarding that. And so one of the things that we have continued doing is reminding staff about the attendance tracking and record keeping process. And that's something that we'll do again this coming Thursday at the principals meeting to make sure that now that we have students back in school on Plan A and Plan B, that we are doing that effectively. And then the tracking impact of Plan A and the AABB schedule on attendance. That's something obviously we've just started for this semester because we're just having our secondary schools, for the most part, have more students on the AABB schedule. But with our elementary schools on Plan A, that will also impact attendance as well, and making sure that we are tracking that correctly. And we'll show you, like I said, talk a little bit more about attendance in just a second. Increase the overall ACT composite. All of the schools have set up their processes and their plans for preparing students for the ACT. And just as a reminder, our 11th graders are required to take the ACT, and this starts typically in February. And with the process that we're allowed to test students this school year, since we're doing it online, we'll have a 6-week testing window for the ACT, which, since we don't have to start and stop right at the end of February, it gives us more time to prepare students for the ACT. And so that will be factored into the school's individual plans for ACT preparation. We're able to start late February and then end toward the beginning of April. So it gives us a wide testing window. And that's only because we're testing online. If we were testing students with the paper pencil test, we would only have a 3-day testing window. And with us trying to make sure all students can get in to test, we wanted to be sure we had a wider window to try to get more students in to test. ACT administration plan, and that was the part I was just talking about as far as the ACT testing window for this year compared to previous years. The next area for update, and Ms. Lee will talk a lot more about this in her segment regarding the school-based PLCs as related to the instructional planning, pacing guides, and predictive assessments, which will be our benchmarks. So that will fall more in her section. But a lot of the information regarding EOC results, we will provide that information for you in March. We still have students testing based on the state's wider testing window for this year. They've given students a lot more time to complete those, and we still have students taking those assessments now, so we don't have final data from first semester yet to present. But we'll have that for you in the upcoming organizational review in April, I think it is. And the last one, reducing discipline incidents resulting in out-of-school suspension. And Dr. Doyle mentioned this a little while ago. As you recall, back in the spring, we presented to you our updated short-term suspension and out-of-school suspension process to make sure it was more aligned across the district. Since we didn't have a lot of data from first semester to compare how that was working to previous years, because across all of our schools, we only had 27 out-of-school suspension incidents for all of first semester of this school year compared to thousands of what it would have been previous years. So we want to be sure that we're tracking that more effectively this semester since we have more students back on campus more often. Implementation of the second step social emotional curriculum at our K-8 schools, and this was something that we mentioned to you. We were getting started first semester, so that has been underway, as well as our PBIS training, which is starting this month, that Pam Collins is leading up for each of our schools. So that was just an update from our previous organizational review. And now share 2 areas of data with you. So the first one is our dropout data by year. And this isn't our official dropout data as sent from the state. This is based on the month that students dropped out of school or were marked as a W-2, which is the dropout code used in PowerSchool. So if they were listed as a W-2 during 2018-19, they fall in that 87. And then for 2019-20, they fall in that 74. The 71 are the number of students that were marked as a W-2 withdrawal in 2020-21, which has been this school year. And like I said earlier, this is based on the month that they were withdrawn. Based on how we were finishing school last school year, students were basically able to select their final grades in March. And so a lot of them were able to stop physically and actively participating in school after that time because they were able to choose their final grade if they wanted to. So we actually had to wait until this school year to see if they were actually going to show back up and actively engage in school. So some of them were not marked as a W-2, which would be the dropout code, until this school year, when we were able to see whether or not they were going to re-engage in school. So that is one of the things that we are working on, and I'm going to share in just a minute one of our strategies that we're looking at for this semester based on how we're back in school now in order to reduce that number of 71 moving forward. So it's in one of our improvement opportunities. This item is our district attendance information. And as I shared in October, it takes a month for the state to certify our attendance. So it usually lags a month behind. So what we're able to do is to pull the information that we have in PowerSchool to track that. And just as a reminder, the months are based on 20 days of school. So month 1 represents the first 20 days of school. So it's basically mid-August to mid-September, and then mid-September to mid-October for month 2. So it's not it doesn't match the months nicely as we make it a lot easier to track. But you can see for month 1 from 2019-20 school year compared to month 1 of 2020-21 school year, and where we were with attendance. And as we talked about at the board work session in December, the difficulty in tracking attendance because of all the different ways that the state allows a student to be counted present. And some of that is not based on what happens that day. It could be 5 days out when a student is actually marked present from work that they've turned in or making contact with the teacher. So it has made attendance tracking a little bit more difficult this year. And so keep in mind that that also changed when we had students come back on Plan B in October, because the first 9 weeks, everyone was remote. So we were looking at attendance tracking in one way. And then in October, when we were marking students based on whether or not they showed up for their 1 or 2 days on campus or their 1 day on campus for the secondary students, made it even more difficult. But it was something that we continued working with the schools on throughout that time period. And like I said, we're going to revisit this again with the principals on Thursday during their end of month meeting, just as a reminder for them to take back to their staff and how they need to mark attendance. Because our elementary students who are on Plan A, when they're present in the building, it's easy to mark that attendance. But for our secondary students, we still have to account for the 2 days that they are remote each of those weeks. So that's the comparison information for the district. And on this slide regarding attendance by month, we wanted to show the schools that were 95% or above, as well as if they fell in another percentage range for each of the months. So the easiest way to read this is if you look at the blue column all the way across, you can see the number of schools that fell in each of the attendance rates each month. So for instance, in month 1, we had 18 schools that were 95% or greater in their attendance rate. We had 4 schools that fell between 90 and 94% in month 1, and then 3 schools that fell between 85 and 89% in month 1. And then if you look at the orange columns, that represents month 2. So you can see a decline there when we got to month 2. And keep in mind, month 2 represented mid-September to mid-October, the second month of that. And then when we get to month 3, that would be the gray bars. And you can see where each of the schools fell. We had 8 schools with 95% or greater, 10 schools with 90 to 94%. And in that month, we did have 1 school that fell between 75 and 79%, but they did recover at least into the 80 to 84% for month 4, which represented by the gold or yellow columns. And just to celebrate the 8 schools that are in the text box near the top of the slide, those 8 schools were at 95% for all 4 of our first 4 months of school. So we did want to celebrate Bangor, Arthur Edwards, Bridgeton, Craven Early College, Creekside, Early College East, Roger Bell, and Gurganus for having maintained at least 95% attendance rate all 4 months. And then to talk just briefly about our areas for improvement based on that information. And again, our increasing student achievement based on the EOCs. This will be covered a little bit more later in the presentation when Ms. Lee presents, but this is something that based on our dropout information, our attendance information is definitely going to have an impact on student achievement. So we want to be sure that we are keeping students engaged, but that's something that's a focus within our entire division. So we did want to keep that as a thread throughout our information, our presentation today. But the 2 key areas from what I just shared, reducing or preventing an increase in our number of dropouts. We want to be sure that we're monitoring that information and continuing to contact those students. We have a process in place through our student services department. There's a dropout contact at each one of our schools, and they share that updated information with Ms. Hodges in student services. And she can see that their ongoing spreadsheet and their running spreadsheet of their contact information. But one of the key things that we want to make sure we do at this time, since we do have our elementary school students back in school on Plan A, based on some of the contact information we received first semester from some of our high school students and parents, some of our high school students had to disengage from school because of home responsibilities and watching their younger siblings. So we're hoping that now that we have younger siblings back in school on Plan A, it will free those students up to re-engage in their high school and their academic careers. And also making sure that as a part of that conversation, the counselors are talking to the students about where they are at graduation, if we need to look at a reduced credit diploma option for those students, to be sure that they are meeting the graduation requirements, and to see if, still with the Craven Live option of being virtual, if that would help their situation. We do know we have some students that are working full time, so just trying to give them all of their possible options and make that information available to them. But those are the repeated calls and contacts that we try to make. And so now with the change in attendance plans, we're hoping that that will help some of our high school students. The last one, increasing student attendance at the schools with a focus on the schools that fall below the 95%. As I mentioned earlier, monitoring our Plan A for elementary and our secondary AABB attendance during these first 2 weeks of in-person instruction, which we're still in the midst of now, to see if that makes a difference with students being back in school and being able to attend school more often. We did hear from parents first semester, particularly with secondary, that 1 day wasn't enough. And obviously, we're hearing from a few now that 2 days isn't enough, but we're trying to work within what we're able to get as far as the number of students we can get back on campus safely and abide by the guidelines. The second bullet there, schedule individual school meetings to discuss interventions. So once we get through this first 2 weeks, that's something that Ms. Hodges and I will be doing as we monitor attendance for these first 2 weeks of Plan A and the AABB schedule to see which schools we need to have those individual meetings with. So we'll be going out to meet with the attendance contacts and the principals of those schools to see how we can help them intervene with that. We do have some parents that did make the conscious decision to choose Craven Live, which is our 100% virtual option, but they don't have home reliable internet based on where they live, which is something that as a school system, we have limited options as far as how to overcome that. But it's hard to also make sure that that student engages every day when they're not coming back into the building. So that is something that we're still trying to work through. And then revisit the Plan B attendance tracking process with administrators, which is something I mentioned that we'll be doing again on Thursday in our principals meeting. So that's the information I have for you today. Are there any questions I can try to address? Yes, Mr. Oppott.
Dr. Diggs, on the attendance rate by month, fall 2020, I appreciate the information presented. I am not sure I understood the right-hand column that's only the gray bar.
I'll see if I can go back to that one to be sure I'm on this one. Where it's 75 to 79%.
Right.
There was one school in month 3 that fell within that attendance rate range.
So one school
for 1 month.
for that time, and the rest of the time, they are included in the other.
Yes, they're at least
Right.
80% of work. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
I have a request, and it's nothing that need to be done immediately, or, because I know that it has taken time for us to get to here. But what I would like for is that, I would like to see later on, if you could make a comparison, or you all could get together and make a comparison with the dropout rate when they had dropout counselors in the school.
Okay.
And I think that we don't have dropout counselors anymore. And this was before your time, so it didn't have anything to do with the present administration. But I do know that there were times when we did have dropout counselors in the school. And I know that our dropout rate was a rate that we could be very proud of.
Okay.
And I think personally,
Okay.
that having dropout counselors in the school was probably one of the main reasons for that.
Okay. I will definitely do that research.
But it didn't have to be next month. It can be the end of the year or when we do this again. I just like to know.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
You want me to go?
Yes, ma'am.
I was curious, of those 8 schools that were able to keep above 95%, what did you notice they were doing differently?
Well, some of it, not necessarily something they were doing, but when you look across our schools and the differences in our schools, there's a difference in socioeconomic status. There's a difference in whether or not those schools have a large percentage of students that have reported not having internet access at home. So I think there's some things that it may not affect everyone in that school, but a larger percentage compared to some of the schools that did express that concern, because we did have calls from principals about, I have a lot of parents that are choosing Craven Live, but they don't have internet. So what do I do? And just staying engaged, keeping those students engaged. And I know it was a question that Ms. Clark had asked early on about how can we provide information and instruction for those students. And it is difficult to provide instruction when it's not live in real time, but they did do the things with the Chromebooks and recording things on flash drives and making sure that got out to the students and parents. But it's just slightly differences in that when it comes to that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Clark?
I have 3 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, did you finish? Okay, just the first one, follow up on what Mrs. Smith stated about, did you notice a difference insofar, the contributing factor? And following your argument or your response about socioeconomic, I normally would agree, except that Tucker Creek is not up there. And they have this,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, no, go ahead.
No, and I'm not saying it's all the schools, and that was the only factor. I was just saying just in some of the, absolutely.
I noticed that Tucker Creek is not one of the schools that have 95% attendance rate. And I was wondering if you can tell me why, based on the fact that they have the same student body or same demographics from Arthur Edwards.
And that is something to definitely investigate. And it could be that they fell right at 93%. And granted, that's not 95, but we had to have that cutoff of the 95% since that is the state expectation. But I can look and see exactly how close they were, because that tells us that we can look and see how many students that made a difference in whether or not they were 1 or 2 percentage points off. So absolutely that feeder pattern should make a difference, yes.
Second question is, I noticed that there's somewhere one of the slides talked about an 89.5% attendance rate. And based on our previous discussions, Dr. Diggs, at some point, one of us had queried you about were there students that never, ever attended school, and there was supposed to be a follow-up for that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I'm not sure I remember the question from previous, though.
Okay,
Okay.
the question is now, have we been able to determine what, if we're talking about attendance, what, if any, kids just never showed up? And I think there should be some follow-up, and if there hasn't been, I want to know, one, why not?
Okay.
And then,
Absolutely.
oh, sorry, ma'am.
No, I'm saying absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, take your time.
Okay, then my last question is, I noticed that you said, and this is a good thing, but we'll see, Dr. Diggs, that PBIS training was going to start January, and I was wondering why it hadn't started before now.
Well, since we weren't back in school in our normal way back in the fall, we didn't want to add one more thing that the teachers couldn't completely implement with students on their campuses, because with our secondary schools, when you think about those students attended school, I think for the most part, 6 or 7 individual days is when they had the opportunity to be on campus. So to provide them with the training that they would need in order to meet those expectations, because it's not just about telling them the expectations, as you're very familiar with PBIS, it's giving them the opportunity to practice that, which they would not have had back in the fall, to be able to do that on a regular basis. So now that students are on campus more often, getting that started. And again, like with a lot of other things, not wanting to add one more thing to the teachers' plates that they would have to get started with that they couldn't fully implement. So we wanted to give them the opportunity to get fully adjusted to blended learning for one, but then give them an opportunity that when we introduce it, they could start implementing and practicing what we were introducing. So, and not all the schools are at the same place at PBIS. Some of them are much further along based on previous times, but just trying to manage that load that we were putting on their plates as far as new training and being able to implement and practice it.
Then if I could just make one last comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Finally, Ms. King. Not going to apologize for my questions.
I don't want you to.
No, I know you don't, but I'm just telling everybody out of Zoom land, when I ask you questions, they're not supposed to be a gotcha moment because we're all in this together, but it
Absolutely.
goes back to accountability, not just from the cabinet or the superintendent, but the board as well. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Muse?
Dr. Diggs, do you have any idea the total number of children that we've lost during the pandemic that we haven't heard anything from at all? I mean, I've received a number, but I'd kind of like to narrow that down with a more specific number. I've got a roundabout, but what is the actual number of students that we haven't had contact with at all?
That part I'd have to do some research as far as no contact, because one of the things we found out in the fall, from home visits to phone calls, the principals would, and everyone else on the campus who was making those contacts, they would make a contact and then be told by the parent or student, yes, this works, I'll show up, and then not show up. So there's been some contact, but then not the after action. So I think that's the part I've got to research more, is when they told us they're going to come and then they don't show up after they have said they've gotten things worked out. So that's the information. So I would have to do some research on that.
Thank you.
Now, we would obviously be able to quickly pull our ADM from one year compared to the other, but agreed that would be different than kids who haven't had contact.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Anyone else?
I just want
Ms. King?
one question about, you said that there was we're waiting for test results from, is that for EOCs? Is that what you're saying?
EOCs, the state has actually given school systems until June to administer EOCs, even from first semester, which some districts are planning to do. So we administered ours in December, but we were giving students an opportunity to do some grade recovery and have additional time with their teachers. So we were administering assessments last Wednesday as well as tomorrow to try to have some semblance of a cutoff. But if a student showed up in March and said they wanted to take their biology EOC from first semester, they have the right to take it, which is different from previous years. So I don't know if some districts are waiting to see if they were going to go away or what the plan was, but they actually have until June 30th to take their EOC from the entire school year. So we didn't want to present you with information when we knew we had several students that we were still trying to get in to test, because that could drastically change. Because keep in mind that if a student does not show up to test, that goes in as a non-proficient score. So scores and percentages that we would share with you today, if we hadn't tested half the students and those other half are averaged in as non-proficient scores, it would drastically drop and appear misleading from what we're presenting. So we wanted to get as close as we could to having as many students tested as possible. But
How's that affecting students who graduated in December? Did we have any early graduates?
yes, we had some early graduates, but most of those are not taking end of grade because those are for high school, the biology, English 2, math 1, and math 3. So that wouldn't affect majority of seniors. They would have already taken those courses in the past.
Most of them.
Most of them. So there could be a senior taking math 3, absolutely. But that wouldn't be someone who graduated early if they were just taking math 3, yes.
Dr. Diggs?
Yes, ma'am.
For those who are listening in who may not really know what we're saying when we say PBIS training, can you give us an explanation for that, please?
Our positive behavior interventions and supports. And so a lot of times this thought about as a disciplinary program, but it's not a disciplinary program. From my experience with it, it's more about the culture of your school and the expectations that are exhibited in your school, both from the students all the way to the every adult in the building, and what that looks like as far as enforcement of those expectations, how you deal with it when someone does not meet those expectations. And the program should be constantly evolving to meet the students' needs. So it does take some training as far as how we're all going to be on the same page with those expectations. How do we define those expectations, which was something that the board asked about when we talked about short-term suspensions before. How is disrespectful language defined on each of the campuses? And even from classroom to classroom, is that consistent? So making sure that all of that is a part of your program. It's not just about handing out incentives for students who come to school every day or don't get in trouble. It's a much larger program.
Thank you. And one more, then you can take a coffee break. Will you explain for those who are listening, also who may not fully understand what we mean by AABB schedules?
Okay, for AABB, it's for students that are attending school 2 days a week. So the AA would represent Monday and Tuesday, and then BB would be Thursday and Friday. So on those opposite days, so if I'm an AA student that's attending Monday and Tuesday, I'm remote Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And if I'm BB, I'm remote Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and I'm on campus Thursday and Friday.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, you're more than welcome. All right.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move it forward to the next section.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
So thank you for letting me come and share the data that I want to share with you. And I will tell you, I'm very, very proud of the work that we've done. I'm excited to share it with you today. And while we were trying to decide which data that we were bringing forth, there's so much data. We really wanted to make sure we shared with you data we're taking action on so that you can see the processes and procedures that we're putting in place to systematically improve our district. So at the last organizational review, we had several opportunities for improvement, and we just want to revisit those so you know what kinds of actions have happened thus far. So improving the ELA curriculum in all grade levels, this is something that is the meat of the work that we are doing in the curriculum instruction department. At this point, PLCs are focused on teachers working together, unpacking the standards, setting clear directions, designing key learning processes with using high yield instructional strategies that encourage all learners, and developing assessments that are aligned to our learning targets. That is hard work. And I am so proud of the work that our teachers are doing and our coaches are doing and our leaders are doing to help make this happen in their schools. Assessing the fidelity of our district endorsed curriculum materials. So we had not previously had a lot of district endorsed curriculum, for example, in English language arts, and we adopted an anchor curriculum several years ago. Part of our work now is to make sure that our teachers understand the curriculum, they understand the connection between the curriculum and the standards, and that we are checking fidelity of that, not for compliance and not as a gotcha, but rather, if you're not using it, why? What do we need to provide to you so that it's more user-friendly and helpful to you? Right now, our learning, as we begin second semester, the learning system coaches have until next Friday week to collect information in the PLCs with their teachers about just that. What can we do to make current curriculum and resources more user-friendly and useful to our educators? We're trying to really lean in and listen to our teachers, make sure that their voices are being heard. And in doing that, some of the information we have, we know we need to create some additional curriculum resources and supports, not limited, but including grade level annotation skills. We know close reading is one of the most vital pieces of the ELA curriculum and standards that our children need. But we have a vast variety of annotation skills that are being used across our district. We want to systematically bring those together and make sure that regardless of where you are in our county, kids are learning annotation in the same way. So they'll be able to go from one grade span to another effectively. Academic vocabulary that's going to be taught at each grade level, and Greek and Latin roots has been a big thing for us with our content areas, making sure that by grade span, this doesn't all fall in the lap of our high school teachers. Sorry. Okay, our next one is to develop student reading habits. I talked to you last time about increasing the number of books every student reads during our school year. We know pianists get better when they practice the piano, and we know readers get better when they practice their reading. So how do we create some healthy challenges to motivate our students and making sure everyone in our district, parents, students, teachers, everyone knows that 20 minutes of reading per day research shows significantly improves a student's reading comprehension, their vocabulary, and their understanding. Some of our school, and then I want to make sure I mention that every school now has been trained on how to use Lexiles to develop goals for their school students, how to monitor those Lexiles to ensure students are reading grade level appropriate materials that will help grow them and provide teachers a measure to inform their instruction. This is the metric that we are emphasizing that really can help us, if we have a good understanding of it, help us grow our children so that they are where we want them to be when they leave high school. Individual schools are doing a variety of things currently, and it's kind of sporadic across our district. They're doing weekly shout outs, book giveaways, whole school reading challenges. These are some of the things that we're seeing, and we're working on compiling a district initiative. Dr. Doyle had strongly encouraged that one of my jobs when I came into this role was to help create a literacy mindset for Craven County Schools. And but that is something that's taken time. We don't want to drop another program in on people, and we don't want to do a poor job of deploying something new. So currently, we are in the process of developing a program called Craven Reads, which is going to be a district-wide reading initiative that promotes reading as an important part of our healthy lives. This will include marketing campaigns, community partnerships, a strong deployment plan, and a strong communication plan so that we can impact our students' lives as readers moving forward. A true community approach. Improve instruction of strategies that are essential to our ELA standards. So we know that telling teachers or students how to do something gives us very little impact. We are using a coaching emphasis on how instruction is being delivered in addition to what is being delivered, and how we engage students in assisting teachers to evaluate and improve their teaching and learning systems. Asking kids, what is working for your learning? Help them develop an individual learning system so when they don't have a Craven County school teacher right there with them, they have created this system so they can monitor and have some self-monitoring. Coaching visits by district and school administrators to identify trends in how instruction is being delivered and how we're engaging our students. So right now, internal coaching visits for our CCI or our classroom continuous improvement teachers that were trained in 2021 will restart February of 2021. We have our first internal coaching visits that begin next month. All schools will have at least one coaching session prior to May to provide teachers feedback on the development of their classroom learning systems. Even in the midst of a pandemic, we have continued to move in our work with our district focus of classroom learning systems. So today I want to share with you some data about where we are as a district. This first slide is our Lexia Core 5. And if you remember last time that we met, I shared with you that the Lexia program is not a diagnostic tool, but rather it's an instructional tool. It takes kids where they are reading, and it helps provide supports to them depending on how they answer the questions for the skills that they have gaps in. This is one of my most favorite graphs that we get from Lexia. And if you look at this particular slide, you can see that at the start of the year, we had a significant number of children who were reading that were in the red. That means that they were not reading, they were not working in their grade level material. They were far below. But if you look at our current level, you can see that red line has dropped to almost nil, meaning that our children are now working on grade level material. That doesn't mean they don't have gaps that the program is shoring up, but they are in their grade level material. If you look at the table below the graph, this table really indicates how children did at the beginning of the year and where they are right now. So I want to focus on specifically, I'm going to start with kindergarten. We had 864 kindergartners. And at the beginning of the year, for the first half of the year, most of our kindergartners were working in pre-K material. At this point in the year, only 55% of our children were in kindergarten at the beginning, and now 83% of our children are working in kindergarten material. That tells me that kids may or may not be coming to school with the readiness skills of kindergarten that they need to start working on kindergarten material. So we are working with our pre-K to make sure that we are designing programming in kindergarten in pre-kindergarten that's going to prepare them. So when they come into kindergarten, we don't have to spend half a year getting them ready for kindergarten. If you look at, I'm just going to skip down and I want you to look at second grade. And if you look at second grade, If you go over in the left column and you go to second grade, material for second grade, we had 39% of children that were reading on second grade material, on grade level material at the beginning of the year. And if you scroll over to the right, you can see that at this point, we have 46% of our children in second grade. We have 14% working in third grade, and we have 2% working in fourth grade material. So you can look at this as you go across, and you can see how our growth is changing or developing. If you look at fourth and fifth grade, you see larger numbers in lower level instruction. And what that tells me as an English language arts teacher is that the children in our fourth and fifth grades do not have strong foundational reading skills. And we're narrowing the gap in K2 because we are focusing on reading foundation skills that we have not for many years in Craven County. We didn't even have a scope and sequence for teaching phonics and foundational reading skills. And now we're closing that gap because we have that in place. Teachers are focused on it. They're engaged in that work. And then we're still trying to close the gaps for our fourth and fifth graders because those gaps still exist. So our Lexia program helps us attack those gaps and work with them. I don't know if you've had a chance to observe the Lexia programming, but last year I'd have kids, they would be, the teacher would be teaching them a new skill, and a child would say, Miss Lexia, I remember Miss Lexia mentioning that. So kids are starting to really recognize and make connections between their classroom instruction and the support that's being given to them through the Lexia model. In elementary, that's elementary. In middle, we use the Lexia Power Up program. And this program shows that it's broken into 3 categories: comprehension, grammar, and word study. And what I really want you to look at is underneath each one of them, it tells you what percentage of the students have moved up a new level. If you notice that, we've made considerable improvement in grammar and word study, and only 15% have moved up in comprehension. And that is not unexpected. Grammar and word study are about skills. So we're focusing on teaching those skills. The comprehension is about strategies. So how are those skills turning into reading strategies that children can use when they come across any complex text? So we would expect that we would grow quicker in grammar and word study than we would in comprehension. But without a doubt, the better they are at word study and at grammar and at phonics, the better readers they will be and better comprehenders. So, all right. This is our MyON usage data. I want to make sure I'm explicitly stating to you what a MyON is. MyON is an electronic library. That is what MyON is. When we went into the pandemic and remote learning, kids couldn't access their library books. They couldn't access their school classroom libraries. So this was our opportunity to provide children electronic books, the only way we could really ensure they had access in their homes. So at second grade, currently, our second graders have read about 166,000 minutes, and this does collect by minutes. The other thing, if you'll remember in my beginning statements, I talked to you about the importance of using Lexile as our metric. This is how we can monitor Lexile. It specifically pulls out and identifies the amount of reading children are doing on target. And on target means they're reading books between 50 Lexiles above their range and 100 Lexiles below. So if they're reading in that range, they're engaged with text that's going to have to cause them to grapple, but not get frustrated, so we can continue growing their reading levels. The beginning of grade test is given typically within the first 10 days of school. So in 1920, kids took it within the first 10 days they were on campus. This year, the BOG could not be given until kids were in the building. So it was late October before they actually took the BOG test. The beginning of grade test is third grade is the only grade where we have a measure of what kids know on grade level standards at the beginning of the year to make a connection and a comparison to what they know at the end of the year. This test is on third grade material that they've not yet been taught. So if you look at our data, and I tried to I asked Dr. Cooper to call the state and see, because I have never seen a state average for this. And I asked him to see if he could find that for me, and they do not provide a state average for the beginning of grade test, according to his regional person at DPI. But if you look at our data in 19 and 20, even with our pandemic, we're typically having kids go into third grade, and about 20% of them could pass the end of grade test before any instruction. That's what that means. Mm-hmm. Should our kids, is it reasonable that 80% of our kids need to be taught what they need to be taught in third grade so they can pass the end of grade test? Certainly. So this is a low range, but it's certainly expected. We did want to break this down into our subgroup data. One of the most important things to me is when anybody brings me a piece of data and they tell me about how all kids are doing, I want to know how individual subgroups of data. That's something that I've asked from our EC program. I've asked from my elementary director. When you bring data to me, I want it broken down by subgroup. We have to monitor our subgroup data if we're going to make growth. We have to know how our Black children are doing compared to our white children. We have to know how our students with disabilities are doing compared to their peers in regular ed. So this chart just shows that this is something that we are very closely monitoring. If every subgroup makes growth, even incremental growth, if every subgroup is on the trajectory of making growth as a district, we're winning. And so that's the words I wanted to share with you today. I keep hitting shift. So here's some opportunities for improvement that I recognize that we need to consider and we need to move forward moving forward. All teachers need to create classroom learning systems. We know that some of our strategies are to train the remaining teachers in classroom continuous improvement, which is what we call the CCI classrooms and training. Support our administrators so that they know what to look for when we talk about the 8 steps of CCI during their routine walkthroughs. Not as a gotcha, but so we can monitor fidelity. Are the teachers that have been trained using it with fidelity? If they are and we're seeing improvements, yay, right? If they're not and we're not seeing improvements, that too gives us a cause for conversation. Teachers need additional ways to monitor the Lexile levels. Currently, we use Myon. At our secondary level, they can put and monitor what they're reading in the Actively Learn program. But we need to identify and communicate additional ways teachers can monitor these Lexiles in order to inform their instruction. North Carolina has created a partnership with Metramedics, and there's a lot of research out there. And as a matter of fact, our directors and our learning system coaches are getting ready to have some work that the state's providing through Metametrics on how to use Lexiles. So then we can share that information moving forward. We are creating some grade level specific Lexile word list for general literacy, science, social studies, and math. There's certain words kids need to know in order to attack curriculum material and the content areas. And there are grade level word lists that we need to make sure. These are the words in 8th grade science that you need to make sure your kids know, because they're not going to encounter them in most other readings. It's very specific to content. Train teachers on those NCDPI sponsored Lexile tools that I mentioned. We also want to make sure that we're utilizing high leverage instructional strategies. So we want to identify and train as needed instructional strategies that have the highest effect for all students. We know if it works for our neediest children, it will work for all children. So we have to make sure our teachers understand what kind of effect these instructional strategies have on all children when they are creating their lesson plans. That's really super important, because if you are teaching and using instructional strategies that our lowest level children cannot understand, then we will not be able to make that growth in subgroup data. The next part of my presentation is really about systems and processes. So I want to share with you, I really want to highlight a process that now is systematic and will be consistent at all levels moving forward. We all have worked in our PLCs and our independent schools on analyzing data. I don't think there's a teacher in Craven County who can't look at some data for their students and make some hypothesis of what's causing it or what they need to do. However, sometimes we overlook the forest for the trees. And what I mean by that is we immediately go to the granular level and we talk about kids aren't doing, he can't do this, she can't do that. And instead we're missing this bigger picture of how are we presenting the material as a school, and if it's not meeting the needs of most of our kids, then it's not a kid problem. It's a teacher, it's a system problem. So that this new data analysis process, we recently created and did the whole cycle within our C&I department and with our cabinet. And then I created this same thing and shared it with our learning system coaches and our principals. And now our principals and our learning coaches are partnering to do this in their own schools. So the first step in every journey is to find out where we are. In order to do that, we need some good assessment and good measurement. What are the key metrics? How can we ensure they are working with quality data? If we don't start with good data, we don't get good information in order to make good decisions. So this system is developed around 4 components: data, analysis, trends, and action. Action being super important. We can look at data and study it and plan, and look at data and study it and plan, but if we don't take action on it, we're just observers. So management by fact is that core value that I really want to talk about, because as a classroom teacher and as a principal, I relied heavily on my gut, right? Your gut just lets you know sometimes. But management by fact uses data and measurements in decision-making. A cornerstone of performance excellence, management by fact relies on quantitative analysis as opposed to gut feelings to make smart, informed decisions. I cannot substantiate or defend my gut, but I can substantiate and defend actual data. So we started that with this process. We are having a schedule of analysis. We are going to have a time that these analyses take place. We've identified what reports in our benchmark assessment tool that we're using for analysis, and then we've provided some templates at all levels of the organization to make sure we have common protocols for analyzing our data. So this is what the flow chart looks like. C&I will analyze our district data for every subject and every grade level. In our test summary report, we're looking at overall percent proficient, number of students that were tested, number of students in each scoring group, the number of test items, and the number of standards. Those are important things to know about an assessment. Once we look at that overall, the forest, then we want to get down to our standards analysis. We're not talking about what kids don't know what. We're looking at what most of our students do or do not know. What is the proficiency of the standard? Our state has given us our standard course of study, and it's broken up around what standards children need to know. How proficient are we in those standards? How many items? That's a big one. If you only have one item on the test about that standard and they don't get it right, is that really accurate enough to take action on? And then the proficiency by teacher and subgroups. Again, there's that subgroup area. And finally, we want to not look at the student again. We want to look at the items. Proficiency of each item. Standard each item addresses. What was the correct answer? And then what was the percentage of students choosing each answer? So we can look for misconceptions and decide if when we're teaching, we need to address what misconceptions may happen moving forward. So at the district level, the C&I staff uses the benchmark template to capture information. We input trend data for subjects from all grade levels on our trend template. We're going to highlight the 3 most common standards with trends across grade levels. Is there a trend that we see in language arts that's showing up all the way from 3rd grade to 10th grade? If it is, that's a district concern that we need to address. Identify what instructional supports need to address those deficits. That information from our C&I department gets pushed to our reading action goal team and part of the action plan. The goal teams are made up of the people that are the most highly, I can't think of the word. They're the people that know the most about the information. So they're the people on that goal team that are the most apt to create the curriculum documents, identify the trainings that's needed, or other resources to assess the deficit. So that is created in our district goal team, and then that leaves district goal team and it goes to our school improvement teams at the school level. Because we can't implement it at the district. We can make recommendations, we can provide supports, but it has to go to the school in a leadership capacity for action and implementation. So this is an example of how we use the benchmark template to capture information. The left side is an empty template, but I wanted you to see an example filled out of what it looked like so you saw the kind of work we were doing. We were getting really down into the weeds of the test summary, of the standards analysis, and of the item analysis. Then we input the trend data from all of that. So we analyzed 3rd grade reading, 4th grade reading, 5th grade, all the way up. We analyzed 3rd grade math, 4th grade math, all the way up. We analyzed 5th grade science, 8th grade science, and biology, all the way up. And then we put it in a graph so we could highlight where the 3 most common standards with trends were across the district. And if you look at ELA, the 3 trends were main idea, central idea, and theme, and how those 3 morph and grow into one another. Academic vocabulary, and then how, I can't see it now. My eyes are going bad. And then how to cite text evidence. Those were the three areas. We did the same thing for math. We did the same thing for science. And then we identified the instructional support needed to address those deficits. We pushed that to the goal team and they created some things. So over on the right is a picture of our district level reading action plan. And you can see that at the top, we've got the information that the LCSs or learning system coaches will create training and materials for teaching main idea and deliver training during their PLCs by the end of February 2021. We know, and we broke it down. What do they got to know to be able to do that? They got to know what main idea is, what skills are prerequisite for kids to be able to understand main idea. Graphic organizers, examples how main idea can be asked on a standardized test, because it may not just say what is the main idea of the passage, it may use a different way to ask the question. And then give some examples of teaching main idea at every grade span. So these are some of the resources that we're going to try to provide to support our teachers as they use the curriculum resources, the pacing guides, the benchmark assessments, the curriculum, and tie it back to our standard course of study. Finally, I want to show you how our district flow chart aligns to our school flow chart. So once we push that to the school improvement teams, they use the benchmark data to capture their information again. So then they're going to break it down and they're going to do it by third grade, class A, class B, class C. They're going to input their trend data for subjects from all grade levels on their trend template. They can highlight the 3 most common standards, identify what instructional support they're going to need, and then they're going to push it to their school level goal teams. Once it gets to the goal teams there, if they need additional resources, they'll push it to their PLCs and their grade level departments for implementation. Once it gets to the department for implementation, if they find out that at the classroom level, they need additional supports that we're not aware of, that gets pushed up from their PLC grade level to their school action, to their school goal teams. Once it gets there, if the goal team can make these adjustments, they do. But it may be a funding or something they need additional training for. It goes to the school improvement team. So everything pushes down and then it starts bubbling back up. So when it gets back to the school improvement team, they have the ability to say, we've got funding, we can use these funds or those funds, we can provide some training, we need some resources, or they may say, here, district, I'm sending this back to cabinet because we need you to provide these supports. We can't afford them. We don't know what we need. Can you help us with that? So that's how that cycle will work. We have opportunities for improvement in all subject areas. So this is reading benchmark 2. And if you look at this is 3rd through 8th grade and English 2. Main idea, central idea, and theme fell across every grade level. Kids need to know and be able to recognize the difference, know how the standards, the teachers need to recognize the differences too. And teachers need to know how the standards build between grade levels. Because in 5th grade, they talk about main idea, but by the time they get to 6th grade, they start using the terminology central idea. So teachers really need to understand how the standard builds and grows. Remember, we have 10 reading literature standards and we have 10 reading information skills standards. What it is in kindergarten is exactly what it is in 12th grade. It's the same standard, it's just built on an added complex text. Understand how the author uses central idea and main ideas to develop a theme, because that's the next level. Main idea, central idea, and then it gets to theme. Vocabulary. We have to make sure our tier 3, which are our content specific Vocabulary words, kids, we have identified them. What are they? Make sure they're being taught explicitly. And then our tier 2 are those high-use multi-meaning words, words that like analysis that can cross curricular areas. And then for our text evidence, we talked about the annotation, kids understanding how to cite text. If it asks for the answer to come directly from the text, do they know how to go in there and get it and find it? And then we have to make sure they know the difference between implicit and explicit text. So this is some of the opportunities for our reading benchmark, from our most recent reading benchmark. Our mathematics benchmark, again, this is great. These are all areas, no doubt, and nobody's going to be surprised when I say the biggest trend was multi-step word problems. How do we deconstruct the problem so kids know they can't do the first step because there's more to it? How do we make sure kids use manipulatives if they need it? Kids have to learn to plan out the problem. Take the numbers out. Figure out what the question's asking. Put the numbers back in. Fractions is huge. I once heard a study that a doctor said, a doctoral study said that every math concept can be taught through fractions. And if you look at our end of grade test, fractions are huge, and kids struggle with learning fractions. Teachers need to understand the progression of mathematical thinking. Kids need to go from concrete, where they touch it and they feel it, and then to a pictorial, where they can see it in picture form before they can get to an abstract understanding of it. Again, academic vocabulary, what is those mathematics specific vocabulary words in tier 3 that they need? But the overall trend was that our kids' reading ability is impacting math as well. No surprise there, right? Finally, we have our science benchmark. And again, we only take end of course tests in 5th grade, 8th grade, and in biology. We have to make sure K-4 teachers are responsible for science curriculum. 6th and 7th grade teachers are responsible for science curriculum. They have a curriculum, but it's not tested. So sometimes people don't put as much emphasis on it as needed. Again, the vocabulary is what really showed out in our benchmark analysis. Tier 3, those content-specific words for science. Our high-use multi-meaning words are our tier 2 words. And then in science, Latin and Greek roots stirred up. And if you think about all of the words in science and medicine and in other areas that are from a Latin or Greek origin, it's important that our kids be able to know those. The other one is data analysis skills. They have to be able to analyze their own data. But again, overall reading ability is impacting our science scores as well. These are the standards analysis of the biology end of course test that was taken in the first semester. The state does a really good job of telling us what percentage of questions are going to be from every standard. We match that to our benchmark data and to the development of our benchmark test. We want kids to be spending about 47%, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, about 18 to 22% on structure and function of living organisms. And if you see how that goes across ecosystems, about 20% of the test, and that was our highest area in the fall. English language arts standards analysis, again, is broken into language, RL, reading for literature, RI, reading for information, and writing. And these are how the assessment at end of course, end of grade are created. And we want to make sure that we are mimicking that in our local benchmark data. And finally, our mathematics standards for Math 1 and Math 3. And again, they redesigned our math standards recently and put them in what we call clusters in K-8. And it really does extend itself into the goals and domains of Math 1 and Math 3. This is what that trend analysis looked like. I don't know what that is. Sorry. But you can see very clearly on yours that the yellow struck us. And if we look for trends, then we know where to focus our area of instruction. We had the same thing with math and with science. So we have some improvement opportunities. Thank you. To increase student achievement in English language arts as indicated by end of course, end of grade assessments. We need to be, and one of our strategies is to monitor and provide feedback to teachers to assist them as they develop strong classroom learning systems. We know that clear goals and making sure that kids know what their learning is going to look like is going to help them become better learners. Support school leaders in identifying effective examples of the steps of what that classroom learning system looks like at a strong level, and continue training for all of our K-2 teachers in the science of reading. Not that we're ignoring 3 through 8, but we have got to get a hold of kids going from K1, 2. So they're approaching 3rd grade in a good spot to be able to be proficient. Strengthen the alignment of the benchmark assessments with the pacing guides. Establish fidelity checks for alignment. We need to know from our teachers, and we did it this year because of the pandemic. How are you doing in your pacing of your course? And teachers said, you know, I spent the first 2 weeks just trying to get everybody logged in. So we had to adjust the benchmark to make sure that we were meeting the needs of our teachers. Sampling of teachers across the district for vetting upcoming benchmarks and make changes according to feedback. We want to listen to our teachers. We want to give them the opportunity to provide feedback before we deliver the benchmark, not after, how did you like it?
Yeah.
Create a feedback process about each benchmark so we can improve the specific test as needed. That's going to be vital to our work. If teachers don't see the importance of the benchmark because it doesn't address what they're teaching or what their kids are going to be tested on, then they will not buy into the use of benchmark and pacing guides. Formalize the local assessment process with flowcharts and supporting templates. So at this point, we've done it at the district level, and every school now is going to create a process that they too will follow that will be systematic, that will help make things consistent and systematic. That was a lot, but it was exciting to share that with you today. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Ms. Clark?
I'll go last if that's okay.
Ms. King?
Okay, just going back to your, the graph about Lexia.
Yes, ma'am.
When I'm looking at that,
Cool. Are you looking at elementary?
yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Mhm.
I'm looking at, I'm going vertical.
Yes,
I mean
ma'am.
horizontal, right?
Horizontal.
So I'm going 4th grade.
Uh-huh.
So I'm looking at start grade level. We have 929 4th graders.
Correct.
I'm really trying to make sure I'm reading.
That were in the, that are using the system,
That are
yes.
using, okay, that we're
Mhm.
using it. So when I go over, scroll over to 4th grade, that tells me that 18% were reading at grade level at the beginning of the year. Is that right?
It means that at the beginning of the year, when they were placed, we had 18% that were working in grade level material. It could be the beginning of grade level. It could have been the end of grade level material. But they were working in material that would be appropriate for 4th graders.
Gotcha. So then when I move over to the next cell
Right?
or block, and I look at 4th grade again, is that 31%?
That's correct.
So what I'm wondering,
Uh-huh.
it looks to me, because I don't do numbers well, but 4th grade is at a higher rate as far as increased than any other grade level?
You gotta, and you've got to go from,
Am I reading it wrong?
well, no. I'm
Okay.
not saying you're reading it wrong. I just have to look at it
Yeah.
that way. Yes, ma'am.
Do we know why?
No, we
Okay.
don't necessarily know why, because with Lexia, it is, it's an adaptive program. So when kids answer a question, if they get it right, it moves them in one direction.
Right.
If they get it wrong, it pops them down and it scaffolds it itself. So before a teacher gets what we call the red apple, meaning I need to go over and help them, they've had enough opportunities. Lexia itself has built in scaffolding to help them. So sometimes you can look at them, you can see they had to have Miss Lexia scaffold their instruction 4, 5, 6 times. But then when they do that, they move right out of it. They don't need a teacher to intervene because they just needed the practice and the skill. And that's what this does for us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kim?
Yeah, mine is a lot of comment, really. This represents a lot of work on the part of it, because I can remember the day when there were no pacing guides. There was no way to access data at this level. This represents so much work on the part of teachers, everybody.
Absolutely.
And my note when I looked at this section was for you to paint me a picture of how the PLCs, the goal team, school improvement, and system level work together. Because when you're frustrated with one piece of it and can't see how it all works together, you know, it's hard.
Absolutely.
But you did a beautiful job from start to finish of showing us how that all, you painted the picture without me having to ask you of how those things work, even giving an example of this is what would happen. It would go here, it would go here for this, it would go back. So I greatly appreciate that. And that shows me that you have some fidelity in the process too, because you've already worked through some of it to be able to give that answer that way. So, I mean, I know we have a lot of work to do and you recognize that as well, but I got to give you kudos for, this is a phenomenal amount of work and processes in place to have done.
Thank
So-
you. It has been a lot of work, but lots of people have really rallied to the cause. Thank you.
Ms. Muse?
I've got a few questions. So back to, the fourth grade
Sure.
chart where we were at.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means 31% of our fourth graders are reading at a fourth grade level, right?
Well, it will be 36 or reading at fourth grade or higher.
When they started.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then when we go, or it would be 18% when they first started.
Not yet, 18 plus 1, because some kids came in reading above grade level.
Okay, and then when we go all the way across, now it's
36.
36.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that tells me that there was a gap for those fourth graders, kindergarten, first, second, and third.
For sure.
Okay, so when those kids started to school, what, 5 years ago?
Right.
That was 2016, 17?
Well, let's see, if they were fourth graders, they would have been 19, yes, 18, 17. They would have started kindergarten 16, 17, I believe.
Okay, how many changes? Can you remember, because you were here.
I was.
Doing learning focused stuff,
Yes, ma'am.
and then you were
At Roger
at
Bell.
Roger Bell.
Uh-huh.
How many changes in those formative years did those kids go through as far as programs?
Prior to the adoption of the EL curriculum in K-5, which happened 3 years ago, we did not have a reading curriculum. We used a balanced literacy model, which calls teachers to have to look at the 5 areas of reading, and they had no curriculum to go pull from. That's when we saw a lot of teachers feeling like they were having to recreate everything. They were going to Pinterest. They were going to Teachers Pay Teachers. And not because that was bad, but they just didn't have a curriculum to rely upon. I've been in Craven County almost 15 years. No, more than that. And until the adoption of the EL curriculum, we did not have a curriculum for teachers to use and guide their instruction. I'm not sure when that happened. It was like that when I got here, but when they stopped purchasing basils back, I would say probably 12, 13 years ago. Since that time, teachers really had to rely on understanding the standards and finding resources and materials. And if 3 or 4 years ago, you remember teachers were, I remember when we started the curriculum design collaborative, we were helping teachers write their own curriculum. They had no curriculum. So while I would say that 3 years ago we implemented EL, that was really the first true curriculum that we had adopted and implemented.
So that would put those fourth graders in first
grade. And then we adopted and we put Lexia into the schools. Last year was the first full year they had it. I had piloted it the year before at Roger Bell, and we had really good results there. So that was the second program that I'm aware of. And then this year we added Mayan, which was the
library.
The library, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on our learning coaches, are our learning coaches kind of domain specific? So do they sort of specialize in one area more so than the other?
Yeah. So we've had some turnover. So of course, Ms. Kelly Williamson moved into our director of blended learning. She was our secondary math instructor. Focused person. And Jessica Manning decided that she wanted to go back to the classroom. She was also a secondary math coach. So right now, our math is our area that we have less representation at the coaches level. We have 2 coaches that specialize in science, and the rest are literacy and ELA, middle and secondary and middle.
How often do teachers have access to their coaches?
Every coach is assigned schools, and they are in those schools a minimum with every grade level once a week. Unless they are a high-performing school that has not yet had CCI training, and they are on consultant basis, and they get support as needed if it's requested, but they are meeting with their teachers every other week, so twice a month in that role. We have had vacancies for coaches, but just like we're struggling to get classroom teachers, we too are, it's really hard for me if there's a good candidate that wants to teach, that's a math person, to put them in a coach's role right now when we have gaps in our schools that need math teachers. So our goal right now is to hold steady with who we have in place, begin utilizing our EC liaisons as coaches and giving them some training, using our BT mentors as coaches to give them some additional training, and use the people we have internal right now until we get to the summer and we can redefine the job descriptions and we can advertise.
And on your Craven Reads, who all have you reached to be like a collaborative partner?
So currently, Ms. Wagner is working to create a group of community members and business leaders that are going to help us with that. Our Principal of the Year has agreed to be on it. We'll have teacher representatives on it, other leaders from secondary education as well. And we need to make sure we bring in some parents to be on it.
Have you by chance reached to the public library for like their children's services?
Yeah, that's one of, I recently sent emails to Pamlico. Well, it's a tri-area, but Pamlico, Carteret, Craven and the Havelock libraries to see if we can create some kind of alliance. And we've worked with them. This year with the pandemic, our kids all received library cards, whether they went to the library and signed up for them or not. Their teacher was able to help them. So we are utilizing those community resources.
Great, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Before,
Ms. King,
Yeah,
you said she wants to be last.
I know, good. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Y'all mind if I take
No,
one
no,
swallow
no,
of this, because
no.
I might die if I don't.
Please, Shirley,
Yep,
please.
so,
I know, right? Just one, if you could explain to our viewers and listeners about students who are doing Craven Live or virtual, how they are able to check out books, because we know reading is a very focal point for us,
It has to be.
So we want to make sure that they understand that they are still able to check out books.
Absolutely. So as soon as our kids went back to school, within probably 3 to 4 weeks, the media coordinators had worked a plan to open our media centers back up for checking out books. It looks a little different everywhere. Some places, they're actually bringing small kids in and letting them roam. But in other places, the librarian is providing book boxes to classrooms. So our libraries, we have been able to open back up. And then, of course, we use Destiny, which is our circulation management program by Follett, and they can search for books and check them out or hold them. And then the teacher or the librarian can bring them to the classroom to deliver them to the students. During the summer and at the beginning of the year, one of our concerns was, we got to put books in kids' hands. So teachers were taking envelopes and putting 2 or 3 books, sealing them, put them in the foyer so parents could come and get them and take them. And there was a question, what happens if we don't get them back? Well, guess what? If we don't get it back, children have a book in their home library, right? So we knew we would lose some books, but it was worth it in order to make sure our kids had books in their hands. So, and then we have the online library with Mayan and the ebook that we have with the county library system.
And Ms. Lee, just
Oh, I'm sorry.
to add to that, with what she was just saying about putting books in envelopes, the students can reserve their books on the Follett system, and the parents do curbside pickup. So for the Craven Live students, they can access books in the library as well as the online books. So that is something that they've made a part of their process. So they're not missing anything that the students in the building are getting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you finished, Ms. King?
Yes, I am, sorry.
Ms. Clark, wait, hold on. Mr. Alpop.
I guess I should go before Mrs. Clark, because she wants to be the finale. Wow, this is very encouraging. The incredible amount of work that's done here and the alignment that's coming out of it. I have to turn around and look at Joe Wheeler and think about Reading Renaissance and singular focus across our elementary schools to improve reading. And to see this going into place and how it's being used, the monitoring with Lexia just is very heartening. Thank you.
And Mr. Ipock, Craven Reads, which is what we will be rolling out this summer. I really am hoping that our community embraces this. This is a community initiative. This can help everyone in our community be better and stronger if we do a good job with it. And it really is a communication process and a deployment process. So we got to make sure our T's are crossed, our I's are dotted, and we have all the pieces as we roll it out.
And I'd like to double down on the statement that reading skill is the most significant component of math, science. If you can't interpret the text, if you can't decode the problem,
Absolutely.
and that all goes back to those reading foundations.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In this group, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hey, Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark. Well, I'm excited that you're excited about reading, but
Love reading.
I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't tell you initially that you and I have a different recollection, because I remember started here as a lateral entry in 99, retired in 2016. We did have a standard course of study, a program that we followed. We did have pacing guides, and I remember pacing guides because I thought that social studies was treated like a stepchild.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. So let me just clarify. Ms. Muse asked me about programs. We have always had standard course of study, and we did have in place those curricular resources of pacing guides and benchmarks that did go away at some point in the last 5 or 6 years. So we absolutely had those materials and those things in place. We didn't have a reading curriculum adoption. That's what I was
thank you.
referring to.
Reading has always been important, even when the Clark kids were, we had Pizza Hut, so I'm glad that you're going to engage the community. That being said, there's several more pointed questions that I have. What changes have you made between the last organizational review and now?
So significant changes. We have implemented the fidelity of pacing guides.
What does that mean?
That means that coaches and administrators are asking, not just assuming everybody's going to be at the right place at the end of the time and ready for the benchmark test. We're not waiting to find out that we're going to do terrible on the test. Every 3 weeks, we're doing a pulse check to make sure that if teachers are struggling, let's say we have a 4th grade teacher and in her school, there's 4 4th grades. 3 of them are on pace. But this one teacher is really struggling to pace herself, or her kids are struggling, so she's going slower. So if we do this pulse check every 3 weeks, then we can then intervene, provide support to that teacher, give her opportunities to see what the other people are doing, if that's the case, or bring in some resources to help her because her children might be a lower group of kids and she needs more human resource. So the coach then can go in, model, work with small groups to help with that. So that pacing, to putting in some fidelity checks for our pacing, we want to make sure that we cover all the material, but we don't cover it surface level. We got to teach to the standard. So that's one of the things. Our benchmark flow chart district process, that has been a huge piece that we've worked really long hours on trying to make sure that we have a systematic approach. I have always felt, Ms. Clark, that I was pretty good at analyzing data. That was kind of one of the things that I felt as a school leader was one of my strengths. But I fell into that very same thing of not being able to see the forest for the trees. As a school leader, I could put a face to every score. But because of that, I focused and I had my teachers focusing on this group of kids, that group of kids, this group of kids. We were an upside down triangle. More than 80% of our kids couldn't read. Guess what? Everybody needed those new strategies. We didn't need to focus on individual students. We needed to focus on fixing the big trend. So that has been really part of the work I've done, working with our school leaders and our coaches, making sure they understand how to identify the trend and then how to backwards plan from that and make sure they understand how to get the resources to their teachers that they need. So I think that that has been a huge piece of what we've done. Also, I would say that the work on our blended model. So how do you teach reading when kids aren't in front of you, right? So we have had to adjust and make sure that we're using our data to hit the important things. When you only have children in front of you 2 days a week, 1 day a week, you really have to get really good at picking out the big rocks, is what I call them. What is the most important thing that these kids need when they're sitting in front of me? Is it lecture or is it hands-on science experiments? So really working on how to help and that's been hard. We've asked teachers to do 180-degree change of how they deliver instruction in a really short time. And they've done an amazing job with it. So providing that kind of support to our schools and our leaders, making sure that our work is transparent and everybody knows what we're doing. We're working on Craven Reads. It's January. It's coming in June. We're going to roll it out. Nobody needs to be surprised in May when we say, oh, guess what? We got a program for you. So we're really spending time and attention to making sure the communication is there and we're providing quality, not quantity. And we're really asking, what do you need from us? We want to be a chain of support for our school teachers, our leaders, and our division department heads.
That being said, what have you done between October and now to help with the failures?
Well, I think that the work that we've done on making sure our teachers understand the standards and we are helping them unpack them, deconstruct the standard. What does the standard mean? And then how to develop instruction that meets the needs to all children. We're in the trenches. Our division leaders, our department heads, our coaches, we're in the trenches giving working hand to hand with our teachers.
No one's denying
So
that you're in the trenches.
All right, but the work of understanding standards and picking out appropriate instructional delivery options in a pandemic has been really difficult. How do we take what you already did and create a digital version of that? That's the kind of work we've had to really do. And while we don't know what our kids, they didn't take the end of grade test last year. We have no data there. We don't know what the end of this year might or might not look like, but we do have our Lexile data and our Lexia data, and we know that our children are growing. So we are doing the work that will impact the failure rate.
I'm not making myself clear. For that, I apologize. So let me be a little bit more specific. What schools, if any, have tutors?
Have tutors?
Tutors.
Oh, okay. We have 16 title schools in our district currently. 7 of them have a coach hired to be in school, and that coach has to do a certain percentage of her day working as a tutor with struggling learners. So there's 7 there. We have just received last Wednesday our Title I monies, and I know we've had 4 schools have already turned in their recommendation for hire for tutors. We couldn't hire the tutor. First of all, we couldn't find the tutors because many of our tutors, we weren't bringing in, they didn't want to come into a school. A lot of them were retired teachers and they didn't want to risk their own safety. But now that we have the money, and we have found some people that are interested. I know there's 4 schools that I just recently approved for them to go to HR to be hired. So that is starting to happen. It's January. It's a little early, but not extremely early. We generally do our tutoring in the second half of the year. So I'm expecting to see more. I strongly believe, Ms. Clark, that our money is best used when we use it on human resources.
Okay. But I don't think it's a little bit early, because when we talked the last time, we had failures or at one board meeting, and I articulated the fact that some folk were having to pay out of their own money to hire a tutor, and those kids or parents who couldn't afford a tutor basically fell through the cracks. So I'm encouraged that, again, we're addressing the issue.
Yeah, our middle schools are all starting after-school tutoring programs across the board.
All right. That's good to
We
hear.
have our elementary school.
With Fidelity.
With Fidelity, yes, ma'am.
And lastly, what are we doing to make sure that our EC population is caught up?
So the first thing that we can do is we have to start naming it, okay? So we can look at data, but if we do not identify, one of the things I've asked Ms. Hardison, the director of Exceptional Children, is every time she brings, and we have our update for my division, I ask her to identify the number of children in each subgroup at each grade level and detail it by disability. We have a huge group of children that are not scoring well, and their intellect isn't the problem. They have a learning disability perhaps, or they're identified other health impaired, perhaps they have ADHD, but they're not being successful in the classroom. And those are opportunities that we need to turn around, and we need to do that right now. So identifying it, naming it, calling it what it is, and then an example of something that I've done this year is it is difficult to hire exceptional children's teachers. So one of the things that I've told Ms. Hardison is that we never use a substitute in an EC classroom unless all of our district personnel are already being used. So our 3 liaisons right now have caseloads. They're teaching children. They are the experts in their field. There's no reason, if we have 3 additional EC trained teachers, for us to put a substitute in a classroom and those children not get quality exceptional services. So that's an example of how we're changing the system.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Are there any more questions from anyone?
Well, I really want to ask one more question, so I'll go after Mrs. Clark, but I don't have a good question. I thank you for giving a marvelous presentation, though. Thank you for that.
So you don't have another question?
No, I don't. I'm picking on Mrs. Clark.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, Ms. Lee. We have been here for 2 hours and 14 minutes. I think it's time for us to take a break.
Yes.
So let us come back at 11:25.
Okay.
That's just 7 minutes.
Huh?
got it ready. I just tapped here. I told him I had some links and I'll share with them later. But Dr. Joel said stay on the presentation because I'll be deleting somebody's
I
slide.
call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order.
You want me to just,
Ms. Dr. Miller will be our next presenter.
all right, I'm presenting to you today on Goal 2. And in Goal 2, we talk a lot about teacher retention, but understanding that part of my goal, it's 4 parts. It's attracting, then the hiring process, then developing those folks we hire, and then retaining great folks for Craven County Schools. Our overall goal by 2023 that we want to be at or below, and certainly we'll want to be below the state average, which this past year, the State of the Teaching Profession report was presented to the state board in December. And the state average, when you take all LEAs and get the average, is 12.47. So that is our goal, to be below that. So I want to tell you where we are based on the last organizational review and the improvements we've already made. So last time we talked about the teacher turnover being higher than the state average. We're not yet at our goal. And the things we were going to do. So I have the updates in the far right column of what we've done since I last presented to you. So beginning in January, which was this month, a follow-up phone call will be made to all teachers that leave Craven County Schools. You're aware with the historical information I've shared with you that, and I actually gave you the exit reports for the last several years, and you will note that there was not a great number of people completing those, less than 10% actually. So we were getting folks that were really happy or really unhappy, and I want to hear from all folks. So now we have a requirement that you complete an electronic exit survey. And on that survey, the questions are embedded in the resignation process. So this month, I just asked to check every person that has resigned from Craven County Schools in the month of January actually completed an exit survey, except one. And I have my secretary over there calling daily to try to get that information, because we want to get all the information so we can make an informed decision if we need to make changes. So I'm going to be following up personally with each teacher that resigns to dig deeper. Some of the questions are, were you provided support at the school level, the central office level? Were there things that were caused you to leave that we could have done something about? And while there's an area to write comments, many folks don't choose to do that. So I'm going to follow up and say, you said you did not receive ample support at the school or from central office. What kinds of supports could we have given you that would have made you stay in Craven County Schools? And that's going to give us really good data rather than that we could have supported them more. What does that mean? So we're going to use that data to drive improvements in our goal team and also at the superintendent's cabinet. So again, we're implementing electronic resignation with embedded exit survey questions, and we're reviewing that at the goal team to see if there's any trends or patterns that we need to address in that data. We are starting an onboarding, and I told you we would do that for licensed folks. We also want to have an onboarding for our classified folks. The state reports teacher turnover, but I believe our teacher assistants, our bus drivers, our custodians, our school nutrition workers are just as important. They're part of the Craven County Schools family. So I want to track what's happening with them and provide them support when they come in the school district to understand our core values and their work as well. So we will be providing that for all employees that enter Craven County Schools. It will be more than just completing paperwork. It will actually be orient them to our family. On the second slide here, and if I don't go, just remind me, because I'm used to having Stephen over here operate for me. So the other things I said I would be doing, I want to give you an update on those. A licensure support program. We are doing what we're calling check-ins with all of our licensed folks that have requirements that must be met. And I've shared a lot with you in the past regarding the different types of licensure. There used to be the traditional license and lateral entry. Now we have residency, emergency permit. We have many ways to enter the teaching field, but the requirements are not what they once were. So people can get overwhelmed in teaching and lesson planning and virtual learning opportunities that they may forget those licensure requirements. And we don't want May to come and they have to take 2 practice tests and have coursework and they've not done that. So we had the licensure specialist doing check-ins, and in December, I sent a letter from me to every person that has an alternative licensure and asked them where they are, to please let me know where they are and what supports they needed to ensure that by the June 30th deadline that their license would be able to be renewed. The teacher working condition survey was analyzed by our beginning teacher team because there's a section on that that speaks just to beginning teachers. And there were several questions that to us were really quite alarming regarding mentor support, such as, I don't have a mentor. Well, we know every teacher is assigned a mentor, so there's either some misunderstanding of that question, or we need to self-reflect and say they're not getting the support they need. So we had the mentor team dig deeper into those questions and made some changes in the BT support program. But also notice they talked a lot about staff development unique to beginning teachers. Some of the things they mentioned were classroom management, differentiation, lesson planning, looking at student work and data-driven decisions. So the mentors developed a PD calendar specific to beginning teachers, and each month they're providing that staff development. They are also, and I put a hyperlink here, but I won't go to that page now, but certainly I'll be happy to share that with you. And it's on the Craven County HR page, the beginning teacher. There's a tab that you can click on. They save those presentations so that teachers can later go back and watch those, and teachers that aren't even beginning teachers that need tips for classroom management, they are available there for all teachers to go and look at. So they do the training and then they upload the training for later for those that missed it or that would like to go back and watch again. And they also did training for buddy teachers at the school level, because every beginning teacher has a mentor assigned from the district and a buddy teacher in their building. And when they asked questions about mentors, we were not sure if they were meaning the buddy teachers or the actual school district mentor. So we provided opportunities for buddy teachers to be trained with the mentors to make sure we're giving the same message to our beginning teachers. And finally, the diversity task force. The first meeting of the task force was on December 9th, and Ms. Clark participates on that task force. And at the end, when I ask for questions, I will certainly give her the opportunity to speak to that meeting. I felt it was very successful. We looked at a survey, designed questions, and I will be meeting with my goal team tomorrow to finalize that. The survey will go out to all teachers of color tomorrow, asking what did we do right and how can we get better in the recruitment of teachers of color and the retention. So that will be sent out and will be due back to us in 2 weeks. And the goal team and the diversity task force will look at that data to design some strategies based on what teachers are telling us they need. So that's kind of an update from last time. So now I'm going to share the new data that we've received. Remembering that teacher turnover is from March to March, which is very confusing. It doesn't go with the fiscal year or the traditional January to December year. So we're looking at data from March 2019 to March 2020. So it's almost a year old, but it was just approved by the state board in December. So looking at this, it shows our trend data, and you will see Craven County Schools is up less than 1%, but we're up to 17.3. But you will also notice our region is up to 12.55, about the same increase as Craven County Schools in our region. The state did go down a little bit at 12.47. The actual full report, the State of the Teaching Profession report, is that's called. If you ever look for that report or folks talk about that, it's the same as the turnover report because they look at many things like vacancies and other things other than teacher turnover. So that's our trend data. The regional line is all the districts in this region taking out Craven. So turnover by reason, and this is where it gets really interesting and gives us some information to dig deeper. The number one reason our teachers left in this reporting period was to teach in another LEA. The second, they resigned for reason unknown. And that's concerning because we don't know if they just didn't tell us, if they left the state, if it was a military transfer. So those phone calls I was telling you about is really going to help me get more data on the real reason they left, because reason unknown means we don't know, but certainly they know why they resigned. So getting to the root of the concerns will help us drive continuous improvement. And the last one, of course, retirements. And these were retirements with full benefits. They didn't retire early. So those were our top 3 reasons that folks left Craven County Schools during this reporting period. This is the trend data for the last 3 years. What you will note, the same 3 concerns have been the same 3 concerns over the last 3 years. The highest bars are in another LEA, reason unknown, and retirements. The areas that did not increase last year were not rehired, career changes, teaching in another state, or going to private school. So one of the things interesting about the state report is they say March to March, but we've had lots of conversation with DPI. They continue to run that report right up until December. So there will be people that it will change. Let's say they were not employed in March in another LEA, but in November, they took a job in Charlotte. We don't get that information to verify. So we have requested that information, and Dr. Patrick just shared that with me today, the other folks that were not initially listed on that report. So that's a concern for us, that we're not getting the full picture until later. And we need that immediately, because if we see there's a trend of where folks are going, I need to call and find out what they're doing so we can replicate that in Craven County Schools to keep our people here. So you will notice the trend data kind of supports those same 3 reasons. This is the turnover by school. The principals have this information, and the expectation is that they have a goal at their school to address their turnover. The red bar would be the schools, that would be any school below that met our goal of below the state average. So we do have a celebration that 3 schools met that goal. You will see that Craven Early College, West Craven High School, and Gurganus were all below the state average. So we're trying to get all those bars below, understanding that this is a percent of teachers leaving. So if you remember a couple years ago, Early College East had some military transfers and they lost about 4 of their teachers. Well, in a school with 8 teachers, that's a 50% turnover. So the larger the school, one teacher has less impact. The smaller the school, the higher percentage. But certainly we want everyone below that red line, because I told them yesterday, and Dr. Doyle told them, their data is our data, because I don't handle turnover. Now there's things I can do to support them, but being at the school and getting support at the school in real time is the thing that I believe is really going to impact our turnover. So they're aware of their data, and they're working with their goal teams to develop strategies to address turnover at their school. Again, the trend data, the percent of teachers leaving, percent of their school, not percent of the district, percent at their school leaving over the last 3 years. So here's where I believe we get to one of the root causes of concern for the district. We are replacing career teachers who are retiring with teachers with alternative licensure. Remembering that lateral entry required you to have content knowledge. You had to know science. You had to know social studies. You had to know. Now for an emergency license, you have to have a 4-year degree. Wow. It can be in anything. The challenge is, do those folks have the content knowledge to pass the praxis exams? And when they're replacing their career folks with someone who teaches a year and then can't meet the licensure requirements, because now the license is only for a year, they're losing those folks. So it's really increasing our turnover. So something to think about, because you'll notice some of the schools that had the highest turnover, they have a 3-year pattern of that as well. And how do I know this? This is what's really interesting. When you start digging into the data, you have ahas. So of the turnover, we have fewer lateral entry teachers. But of the group of lateral entry teachers, last year alone, we lost almost 38% of our lateral entry teachers. Now, when you look at them in our whole teaching force of 853 teachers, they're a smaller percent. But what that tells me, we're losing between almost a half of our lateral entry teachers every year. One, that tells me we need to provide a different level of support. And 2, principals need to own that when they hire someone with an alternative licensure, that they're going to have to help us support those folks in the building. They're going to have to do check-ins, and we're going to have to provide district supports that are going to look different. Because of our turnover, only 15.3% were those with continuing clear license. So something to think about. I'm not opposed to hiring residency, which is similar to lateral, but when we start getting to emergency permits, remember, they don't even have to have a GPA. They could have straight Ds in college and get an emergency permit to teach. So I'm gonna let you think about that. We're replacing a veteran teacher who has taught science or social studies or math for 30 years with someone who made straight Ds in college, or we could. Because remember with the lateral, you had to have a GPA, you had to have subject matter content knowledge, you had to pass the praxis, and they take the praxis the first time and they're like, wow. And so they resign. So that's our turnover. Or they get into teaching like some do and say, oh, this is not like what I thought, right? Teaching's not as easy as people make you believe it to be. And they get in there and say, you know, the old saying, if I can't do anything else, I can teach. That is not true. Any of us, and most of us have some connection to education, know that that's simply not true. But people are still believing that, and they get in and they realize it's really hard work. And I understand that not all turnover is bad, because if they're not totally committed to the kids in Craven County schools, then that's not the person we want to keep here. I just want to get great people from the beginning and develop them and keep them. So this is something to think about, and principals are really looking at this data when they're thinking about hiring. So you remember the schools with high turnover. You're going to see a correlation here. This is the percent of teachers at a school that don't have a clear teaching license. What's going to be interesting to me is when we start crosswalking this data with school performance. We don't have all those results now, but it's going to be interesting if we have the same performance at a school where 40% of their teachers or 38% of their teachers don't have a clear license, with another school, similar demographics, similar history as far as performance. It's going to be interesting to see if 100% of the teachers are qualified, what kind of results we get. So some of this is going to drive our hiring practices. Interesting again, turnover by years experience. And we would think, okay, we need some support in the first 3 years, and that is certainly true. But remember, in those first 3 years are also when those emergency permit folks are saying, this is not for me. The concerning one for me is year 7 through 10. So the goal team will be looking at this data to determine if those folks in year 7 through 10, if they left the profession, they went to another LEA, they moved, why in year 7 through 10? And that is early enough in your career that you can choose another career, as opposed to you see in year 21 through 25, typically you're not going to leave a career you've been in that long, unless it's for early retirement. But so we've got a lot of conversation at the goal team to look at specific reasons and what we can do differently, because we do a pretty good job those first 3 years, but then we kind of pat them on the back and say, now have fun for the next 27, right? So we need to continue to monitor that and talk with those folks that are leaving to determine what they need from us in year 7 through 10. So grade span turnover. When you first look at it, it looks like, wow, we had a lot in elementary. Remember, we have more elementary teachers, class size requirements and all of that. So if you break it down by the percent of teachers, they're pretty much consistent, a little more in high school. But remember, high school are the ones that typically hire folks that have emergency license, because science, math, and special education continue to be our areas most difficult to recruit. So preliminary data, where we are as of December, it looks great. But I'm a little concerned what will happen, because we're going to go back and look at data for the past several years. Because last year, you can imagine the months that June, we had retirements. August, we went back to school. And October, we did what? Face-to-face. They were our highest 3 months of turnover. So understanding anything that happened in those months that could have impacted that is important as well. But also looking at these numbers, and I'll share the exact numbers. We had 41 retirements or people leaving in June, 19 folks left in August, and 19 folks left in October. So those were our highest 3. So still, we've got a little ways to go, but I'm concerned that at this month, between now and March, because those of you who were in a classroom, remember that long period between Christmas break and spring break? This is what's so important to understand, how all of this work goes together. Because if we see that's a trend and we hear that from our teachers, we can look at the calendar. Maybe we need a break in that time period. Maybe we need to have spring break earlier if our teachers are saying, I'm just tired and I just don't want to do this. So it's important to understand everything you've heard already and that you will hear later. We're all working together to benefit each other in our goal work. And finally, this is one of the things you guys have talked a lot about in supporting one another and at the school building level, Leadership Academy. So yesterday, this is the timeline for Leadership Academy. Yesterday was our first session. It went very well. We had two groups. Half came in the morning and half came in the afternoon. And we talked about leadership in Craven County schools. What does that look like? What are our expectations? And they talked a lot about what do they expect from one another, how to hold each other accountable. So that was the first day. And you will note the blue writing is how it aligns to the performance excellence rubric. So Leadership Academy aligns with the rubric. It aligns with the principal evaluation instrument. And it's simply just best practices, what research says great principals do. So this is the outline of these areas, and we've done several activities to align our work and with the goal team and my division and superintendent's cabinet to talk about what principals need. And at the end of the meeting, we get their feedback, we do a plus delta, and we'll make changes based on their recommendations for the next Leadership Academy. And they're all, day 2 is today. So I'd like to give a shout out to all the principals who are out there listening and tell them how impressed I was yesterday about their commitment to their role as a lead learner in their buildings. So yes, we're not where we need to be, and we all acknowledge that. But there are things to celebrate in Craven County schools, that we're gathering exit information, even sometimes when it hurts. You call someone and they say, you didn't do a good job at this, but we can't get better unless they're honest with us. And I know that's an issue. For whatever reason, they don't feel like they can be honest with us. So we're developing strategies to address that and to show them their voice matters, and we're going to make changes based on what they say. 3 schools are already meeting our goal for 2023 and are below the state average. We're doing monthly support sessions for beginning teachers based on what they say they needed. We've developed a diversity task force that has had open and honest conversations about where we are and where we need to be. And we're targeting strategies implemented to address teacher diversity in our buildings. So now, where do we go from here? We've deployed a listening system where I can dig deeper, and each cabinet member is going to go out to the schools. You remember when we had last year when we did the spotlights, I had a poster in the hallway, what's working and what's not. We got some of the best data we've ever received because people were not fearful that someone was judging their response. So each district school improvement coach will go to their school and have a conversation with teachers about what's working and what we can do better. They will have the opportunity to sit in a large group, to meet with us in a small group, or to have something similar to what we did before in the hallway for those who maybe are not comfortable saying what they need to say. We will bring that back to the superintendent's cabinet and look at any consistencies we're seeing from building to building, because it is only going to get better if we're honest with where we are and what we are doing right and what we're not doing right. And that's the only way we can get better. And to let teachers see that when they share something with us, that we do make changes based on that. And we've got to get to that point. Next, we're developing school-level support programs. Principals are working on that to reduce their turnover and to have those conversations with goal teams. The district school improvement coaches are listening for that report out at when they go to visit their school improvement team meetings and asking questions about turnover and what they're doing in their buildings. We're gathering data, as I shared with you on the phone conversations, and I'll be bringing that back to the goal team as well as you at the next organizational review, what I'm hearing from our folks. Additional strategies will be implemented to retain teachers and recommendations to the superintendent's cabinets regarding what I hear in those phone conversations. So we're going to follow up with the diversity task force, implementing the deltas from our first meeting. Interestingly enough, and again, at the end, I'll let Ms. Clark add anything she would like to add. We asked what was great about this meeting and how can we make it better. They wanted their school leaders involved in the conversation. They need to hear how we feel. And they also said, my colleagues that don't look like me need to know my concerns, because I don't believe that if they don't care, they don't know how to support me. And it's only when we have open and honest conversation that things will get better. So we're going to include different folks in our next meeting. The survey will go out tomorrow. The Gold Team's taking one final look at it, and we will send that out, and it will be due in 2 weeks. And that data will be used to develop specific strategies in the recruitment and retention of teachers of color. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm open to question, comments. And I have my pen ready to write down what you would have me do.
All right, who we start with? Ms. Ipa, I see your hand.
Well, thank you. And thank you for that great report. Just to put numbers in a reference that works for the way my mind works, I would also like to know the number of teachers that come to Craven County from other LEAs.
And I can give you that, not off the top of my head, but that the state report actually includes that number because we know that that helps us, right? If we get an experienced teacher, at least they know the standard course of study. The training gap is not so wide. So they do present us with that data. It's called recoupment. So I can get you that number.
Okay, thank you. And I, like you, want to keep every teacher that we've got. Yeah, we need them all. So thank you for that work.
Ms. Smith?
I've got a couple, but who, will you remind me who's on your Gold Team?
It's me, Dr. Patrick, one of the mentors, Lynn Hardison, because she, special education is a hard to recruit area, and I'm missing one person. Jody Cordova, she's our licensure specialist, so she's helping support those folks with alternative licensure.
Okay, great. Because I've talked to you about this before, when when you call the people, are you putting it in their survey? Because the reason I ask is because we've all talked about how they don't want to fill the survey out because they need a reference. They don't want to put that in. So when you're calling the people on the phone and you're asking for those honest answers, are you recording them in their exit survey? Or are you reporting them on a separate document? How are you going to make them feel comfortable about giving you that information?
And that's a great point. But I need some trend data. So maybe I would record it by school and not by name. The Crime Stopper, right? We want your information, not your name. And the only way they're going to become comfortable is they actually see action come from them sharing that. Right. So I will do my best to say the reason for my call is to get information to help us get better. And I can also say, if you ever want to come back, I want to say other things other than why did you leave?
Right.
But I will do my best to share with them that this is not about judgment. It's not about collecting information about them. It's helping Craven County schools get better.
And is there a point between there? Because I've told you, I've had several of, their response was if just one person had asked me to stay. Mm-hmm. So is there a point where we can learn? Sometimes we can't do what they need, what they want to stay. They might have wanted a position they didn't get, or they might have wanted to be moved, but sometimes it's just asking them, is there anything we can do to make you stay? So is there anything in that point between that call that you made for the resignation that it's in, that we can put a stop check in there to at least,
And that's a great point. I could, because teachers are required to give 30 days notice. Mm-hmm. So if they give the notice, although many times they've already got something lined up, mm-hmm. that's where it's critical for that Gold Team and the building leader to have a pulse on their building and be in those classrooms. And you could tell your teachers that are getting weary. And, they're really going to have to support us in that. But certainly I can call and see if I can find out things. But I think it's going to be critical for the coaches to go in the buildings and ask those questions before people resign, yes. What's working and what's not working. And we start changing those things that are not working if we can. Because I have to remind you, when you have alignment, you're going to have people that like to do what they want to do because so you're going to see some pushback. But I think if they understand why we're doing these things, and if they'll bear with us, they'll start getting, because the one thing we can do, we can pay teachers more money, we can increase supplements, we can change the calendar. The one thing a great teacher wants is results. Yeah. If we can improve our results, our teachers want to stay.
Exactly.
So that's the one thing, in getting things aligned and we start getting results, teachers will be glad to be here because that's what they really want. Any great teacher, the one thing, and I know it doesn't help them buy groceries and I know they can't get a mortgage, but that's what makes them want to stay is they're working hard, but they're getting results with kids.
Yeah. And the last one I have is the principals that you have the high turnover. You said they develop goals at their school level. What's your process for you monitoring them at this level to make sure that it's a good goal, that it's implemented with fidelity, that it's monitored?
Well, we have two ways to do that. They each have a coach, and sometimes that person is not the same as their evaluator, because your coach, you can be more honest and open with. Sometimes your evaluator, you don't want to tell them the things you're struggling with because you think it will come back on your evaluation. So they have two ways. They have the coach that sits in on the actual meetings and can ask questions about what's happening. And then you have their evaluator that talks to them about, could you have done this differently? This person's upset. Tell me what happened. Maybe next time, kind of coaching the principal through that process.
Great, thank you.
Mrs. Muse?
Your presentations are always really good and very thorough. I mean, you do a great job, Dr. Miller.
I hear a but coming. That's okay.
There's no but. So back to if we meet our goals and our students are performing and our schools are good, teachers are going to want to come here and work. I've thought about this a lot. They're not going to want to come to a district that's poor performing. I don't think. They're going to have to work harder. They're going to have more professional development. They're going to have, everything will be more. You're going to get fussed at more. Your principals get fussed at more. So if we can get our scores back up, everybody wants to come and work where there's success. Have you compared our exit survey data to the teachers that have left to go to another public school system? Have you compared any of, and I know the way the exit survey data was done before now, it was not as easy to work in because it was kind of separate because we all received that data a couple weeks ago. So have you been able to compare any of that to see what their reasons are as to why they're willing to go to another district that's paying a lower stipend, or compare any of that information?
And I think it goes back to, and I'll own that, no, we've not done a good job at that. And it goes back to what Ms. Smith said, rather than give, because there's a comment box, and you saw those. Rarely do folks put comments. So I think that's, I'm going to be able to
but
share.
some people did. Some people did.
And I think being that it was less than 10%, if 90% of people are saying something, I think we really take note of that. So I think next time I'll be able to give you real clear data, where they're going and why they say they're going. And then that's going to drive some of our improvement efforts. So that's a great point. And you have my commitment that I'm going to follow up with those folks and get some information about why and what changes we can make.
Ms. King?
Dr. Miller, I thank you too for that. Was that you, Ms. Clark? Yeah. Oh, okay. For that wonderful presentation, and I applaud and thank you for the work that you're putting in. I want to first of all say that Mrs. Kim Smith is correct about us just asking an employee that's getting ready to leave, can we do something to get you to stay?
Mm-hmm.
When I left and I got a piece of paper that said, thank you for your years of service, I cried. I said, I've given 21 years and nobody called to say, what's wrong? What happened? And it hurt me. It really, really hurt me because this is my school system. Right. So I think, looking back or going forward, that is something that we definitely need to do. But if we value our people, they need to know that we value them. And I think that's the way that we're headed. I do. I think that's the way that we're headed. I want to say, ask a question and make a comment inside of the question, more or less, because I know we have wonderful coaches, wonderful mentors. But looking back to when I was in the classroom, I can't remember who my mentor was, but I can remember my buddy teacher. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we need to be very, very cognizant of, is a lot of times as principals or as school leaders, they will choose the person that's been there the longest as the incoming person's buddy teacher, which may not be the most effective person because their mind may be somewhere else. I may just got 2 years left So you just do what you want to do, all kinds of factors play into that. So I think sometimes making sure we choose select or ask a buddy teacher that is, positive, positive, loves being in education.
Exactly.
Is going to be very supportive of that teacher. Pairing them up personality wise, those types of things, not just choosing, Mrs. Clark because she's been here for 50 years and she's not going anywhere, so, make sure that we are pairing our people with the right person.
I totally agree. And I'm sitting here thinking as you're making suggestions, like a rubric for this is what a great mentor looks like.
Yes.
And they
yes.
use that. So great point. I just wrote that down and I'll work on that with the mentor team and get that developed.
Thank you. That's all I have. I know you probably got.
I know Ms. Clark's last because she's got a whole list. So
you need to take a bathroom break.
I'm good. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, before you ask questions, if I may, would you like to share anything? I know you briefly shared before about the diversity task force and how you think that went and feedback you've received.
That wasn't my order, but I will defer to you. Madam Chair, I'll be nice and respectful. So yes, I will talk about diversity. It is heartening to see Dr. Miller us saying we need to improve. I did hear good feedback, but I also heard feedback and we need to consider it. Some folks said the next time that we meet, we need to set a definite date as to when we're going to meet. And I know that we've been in and out, but the other comment, and they were quite candid, is that the only administrator that they wanted there this time was you. The next time. They felt that they would be even more candid. And that's not to say that they don't want leaders to know that they want empathy, but they felt that they would be even more candid if it was just you there along with me, and I'm not an administrator. So that's just something to consider.
And certainly I wish we were face-to-face because those conversations are much better, but we will continue the work until we can get back face-to-face.
Our goal was for them to be candid. And that's what they're concerned about. They want to be candid. Yes, it'd be nice if it were in person, but they want to be candid as to what they need and what they're not getting and to how they can rectify it. So all of us eventually want face-to-face, but in the meantime, what can we do to rectify that? I also think, and it's heartening that you're sending out surveys, but I would also make sure that the board knows, or board gets a copy of the survey, not for input, Dr. Miller, but just so we'll be kept abreast.
You mean the results of the survey? Just the questions?
Well,
Okay.
both, the questions.
I can send those out to you when I send those out for, to the folks that will be completing the survey.
Thank you. And it's not a matter of micromanaging either, because micromanaging, a wise person told me, is only when we're not supposed to be butting in. And this is something that we should be involved in. I'm heartened also, you and I talked about that minority recruitment firm, and I hope that you're going to NIMNAT. I hope
I've already contacted them.
Thank you. Thank you. I also want those of you out in Zoom land, of course, we're asking for folk of all different ethnicities and persuasions to be involved, because that's how our kids learn, especially as we're going forward. That's just life, that we know about each other. But again, I'm smiling. I feel confident. Thank you for your efforts. But I tell you again, and I tell you repeatedly, it's not just your job. It's all of our job. It's the entire Craven County. And no one is lambasting the principals. We're just saying we can do better. Now, in my defense, for those of you who lambasted lateral entry teachers or seasoned teachers who said they were teaching 50 years, sometimes, Dr. Miller, it's a nice segue. Nice segue.
As you would say, touche.
Well, my granny would say touchy.
But understand the requirements were very different then.
Excuse me?
They were very different then. You had to have you had to have content expertise.
Ma'am, I'm not even talking about that requisite. I'm talking about making people feel valued, not just results, but everybody, even seasoned teachers.
Absolutely.
Want to feel valued. And
Yeah.
when I left in 2016, that seems just the other day, there had begun to be where folk were just saying, let's just do PD for beginning teachers. Seasoned teachers need to be reinforced, and this is what's going. And Ms. King, again, a hit dog will holler. How we get around pigeonholing buddies is ask the person whether they're seasoned or not, if they want to be a buddy. If they want to be a buddy.
That's the best.
Because I used to tell people I have lots of energy in the seasoned body, and you have, on the other hand, someone who's not a seasoned who might not have energy because they're bombarded with other activities.
That's true. Good point. Thank you.
And to speak to that, the Leadership Academy will fold in eventually teachers that want to become leaders. So we'll do principals, then APs, and then teachers. So that will give the opportunity for those who want to sign up and want to be a part of that. So that will be another growth opportunity for our own folks.
Thank you.
And I heard you when you said that for PD, you're going to have it online, and those other teachers can know that that's available. Make sure they know that.
I will do that.
And lastly, I would ask, what, if anything, has the county done since our last review to increase teacher morale?
And I know that we've talked about that a lot at the district level, and schools are doing things. At the district level, I really can't say that we've done anything in particular to increase morale. I think we have to know what that looks like, and that's what we're going to get when we go out and talk with those teachers. I know principals are doing things, you know how they love jeans. They're doing jean days, they're doing breakfast, they're doing different things at the school site.
Are we doing it at all the schools, Dr. Miller?
And I'm not sure about that, but
That's something
I can check into that. That's a great point.
And like Mrs. Boomer so righteously said, you don't have to do it today or tomorrow, but that's just something to consider, because I want to know, why are they doing it at another school and at my school? And that's just being transparent and explaining and saying, we're in this all together, and having fidelity and consistency. And then folk won't get bent out of shape, so to speak.
Right. And you're helping me design my part of the Leadership Academy, so I appreciate that. That's one of the things we can do there.
Yes, ma'am,
Talk about, get ideas from, the leaders can get ideas from one another.
Because I think I still hear morale, morale. And that's one of the things, yes, we've got a lot of good things going, but if I see that another county is going to treat me better, then I don't have to stay.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Ms. Muse?
I'm going to agree with Ms. Clark. I get a lot of morale stuff, and I know what it's like. It's no secret. I mean, I'll tell you, I love my boss. I loved him here. I loved him there. I have never, ever, ever a day in my life felt like I worked for Chris Bailey. I have always worked with Chris Bailey. Every day we end our day talking about what we did that day, what we're going to do tomorrow. And he leaves me alone to do my job, and he trusts me to do my job and do it well. And he knows if I have a question, it's important to me, because I'm a valuable part of a team, that I make him proud of me, that I do a good job, because I feel, and I have always felt, like I'm an asset. And I think if we could create a culture, because that's what we have in CTE, we have created a culture of assets. Nobody is any more important or valuable than anybody else. Just because you're a director and I'm a program assistant, or you're a teacher, that's not the way we look at it. We're all on one playing field because we're all one team, and it is our job to grow a program and to make it better. So everybody's viewpoint is valuable, and everybody's thought processes are respected and important. And that's what we do every day in our job. And I think if we could create a culture like that with our teachers and our staff, that's going to be a huge morale booster for everybody district-wide. Because our teachers do work the closest with our kids. So the information that teachers provide as to what their students need is the most valuable input that anybody can receive, because they're there every day with those kids. And sometimes I think when you go to the big office and you've been out of the classroom for a long time, you kind of forget what it's like to be in those trenches every day with those kids and what they need. So maybe to help grow our team a little bit, and I know Dr. Miller has done it, undercover boss or whatever you used to do when I worked here, which was a lot of fun and people got a lot of kicks out of it. If some of our central office staff and some of our district leadership could spend some time actually in a classroom, maybe buddy teach with a teacher at J.T. Barber or James W. Smith or New Bern High School, you know, and actually be an active participant in a classroom again to sort of refresh their memory. Plus, it helps foster a positive relationship from people at the big office with people on the school level. So that's also a relationship builder and actual engagement. So the relationships have to come and be solid before the trust comes. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I think we really need to focus on building a culture of respect, teamwork, value, and that kind of thing. I think it would help a lot.
Thank you. Ms. Clark.
And it's not just, and I disagree, Mrs. Mills, it's not just teacher morale. It's across the board.
It is.
Everybody needs to be valued, whether you're the custodian or the janitor, or the cafeteria staff, the bus driver. And so they aren't mutually exclusive. And we haven't done it consistently, and that's been our faux pas. I've seen some central staff going to schools, reading books, at different meetings. So we just to make sure that we tell everybody, this might be a good idea. And I'm going to model this for you. And for those of you, and that's including me, who don't feel comfortable going into every school now, you can still do it through Zoom. Folk again, and so I certainly didn't mean to neglect the secretaries, everybody. And I know that's what.
Oh, I agree. My custodian at the Skill Center, she and I eat lunch together every single day. She's like my bestie.
Okay.
I can give one example of that, though, of a great leader. Because when I went around to schools the other day, I'm just going to shout out to Deb Hurst, which we know she's a great leader. But what she did was I didn't walk by a person in that building that she did not introduce me to. Mm-hmm. She introduced me to I knew the secretary of the office, but she introduced me to the custodians walking by, to the cafeteria. There was not a person that went by me. And there's no way, I was thinking as I walked through the building, there's no way they don't feel valued.
Who was this, Mrs. Hurst?
Ms. Hurst, yeah. And she just says it naturally. And that's not the first time she's done it. She does it every time you go in the building. If you go visit that school, she takes that. It's just, sometimes we think it's like this big thing that we have to do. And it's just a little thing. That little thing you could see meant so much to those people that she would stop, take a moment. Do you have any, if they want to talk to me, they could have, you know what I mean? They just that little simple thing meant so much to everyone. It's just she's got it naturally, but other people
It's
could
natural.
acquire it.
Right, and you, as you guys talk, I hope you hear yourselves, you're talking about a listening system.
Yeah.
You're talking about customer service, because our staff, there are stakeholders and all this, but sometimes there are customers too. Like when they come to central office, I'm providing a service to them. So instead of pointing them to the business office, let me walk you over there. So sometimes it's not spending money, it's simple things that we can do.
Absolutely.
When folks are having problems with their health insurance, that I walk them over and say, let me introduce you to the person that handles that. And then come back and let me know if your questions got answered. So the things you're talking about are things that we're doing in the district, and you will hear later talk about a listening system, customer service. So these are things, all of our work, which is when you're aligning your work, you should be hearing that all of our work is working together to benefit ultimately the students, but our teachers too, because we need every person on the bus in the right seat to do the work and get us where we need to be. So I appreciate all the feedback.
Mr. Alpop?
I'm thinking back many, many, many years ago when we began our continuous improvement journey. And even before that, when in business and industry, we were doing a lot of total quality control type training. One of the very first stories we got, which I'm hearing everyone say here, is that when they asked the custodian at Cape Canaveral what he was doing, he said, "I'm putting a man on the moon." That's what we want to be. It's all of us and equal. I agree with that, absolutely. The other thing, we have a new audience out there that we've not had prior to, I think maybe going back to March of last year. But just 1 year ago, it was our practice, because we're in January now, it was our practice to be in a school every Wednesday in the round with teachers, all the teachers that could be there. And usually it was a very full complement. And we celebrated, and we took concerns, and we listened, and we one-on-one, and we did group. And we had so many teachers that reflected, I've come here from another system and I never saw a school board member.
Sure.
And we were there in the round with them. And that, by our schedule, every Wednesday, it allows us to do all of our schools in our system. And this is separate from the invitation to come and read and things like that. Unfortunately, in March, the hammer came down on a lot of that. And some of us are not supposed to be in that kind of proximity in the classroom in person. I do need to look at Zoom and other ways that others are using to see how to be more involved that way. But I am still in constant contact with teachers, as I know each one of us is. And I'm getting feedback all the time. And I know how very hard this is for them, and especially managing the students in the classroom at the same time you're managing a Zoom classroom. I'm told, and I can't even imagine doing that, how very difficult it is. But I do want a system that we're all putting the man on the moon, no matter what our job is. And I want a system in which we're in the classrooms like we have been in the past, and in proximity with teachers every single week, doing the one thing I know that we can do as a board to build, add our part to building morale, and that's our presence and availability and our equalness to the people in the room so that they can feel comfortable with us. And that's what I would have for the system.
All right. Dr. Miller, thank you for your excellent presentation. All the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked, but I will like to say that, and it's the same thing that I've been saying on the board for ever since I've been on the board, we need to treat each other with dignity and respect. And it does not matter what position we hold. Everybody is important. Everybody is contributing to making this system a great system. And so we need to value people for the position that they have. I often say, when I was in the school, the bus drivers and the custodians, if you think their jobs are not important, let a bus driver not show up and pick up the kids in the morning. Let the custodian not stay out and clean, and your bathroom is not clean. Your classrooms are not clean. Your trash cans are not clean. Let the cafeteria go on a strike, workers go on a strike. Your kids are not going to be fed. So I think everybody in the system, their jobs are very important. And I think that what would make us an even better, yes, and a better system is that when we do learn to respect each other, regardless of to the job that we have chosen to do. And I think once we do that, the system will be it's great. It can be even greater once we do that. But thank you for your presentation. You did an outstanding job.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we appreciate that.
And I like to say, just like you said, at the end of the day, we're all educators.
Right.
Whatever role we're in, we're educators. So I appreciate your support and the wonderful suggestions. And I look forward to bringing you improved results at our next organizational review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
Who is our next presenter, Dr. Doyle? Dr. Miller, who's our next presenter? Ms. Jennifer Wagner.
Ms. Wagner.
Is she? Thank you, Dr. Doyle.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me see if I can drive. Okay, maybe. Okay. Today I have an opportunity to share with you our goal work related to community engagement and leadership. And as Dr. Doyle shared at the beginning in her opening, that we are leading and modeling civil engagement through open and aligned communication and relationships across our community. And that we are in the process of developing, monitoring, maintaining, and continuously improving a community engagement system that supports and informs Craven County Schools' strategic plan and our school improvement plans. We are excited about the progress we are making, and you will hear today specifically related to our strategy, the work that we are doing to develop a customer listening system. And Dr. Miller did a great job leading a segue exactly to this presentation. So I feel like I received the soft toss, and so here I am to deliver. So all of our customers are extremely valid, and we know that we want to listen to what they have to say. So we are creating a system to be able to monitor, report, and translate that information so that we can hear what their current needs are as well as their future needs. And we know that that's going to assist us to be able to become the best school system possible, just like Ms. Boomer shared prior to me coming in. And also, we want to be able to focus and have high levels of customer satisfaction, not only within this building at Central Services, but across the district. Because we know when people are happy, that we hope that they will share those experiences. And so today you'll hear the work that has been done in regards to that, and also in regards to improving our communication within the school system. That is a strategy that we have, and we continue to work on that. And as you can imagine, through the pandemic and the challenges that we have faced this school year, we know that it is more important than ever to be sure to share all of the information possible with all of our stakeholders. So I have an update for you from our last organizational review in regards to the work of our community engagement and leadership goal work. And we shared with you last time the work that was specifically related to our teacher working conditions. And I hope that you've heard through the other presentations how that data is being utilized not only within our goal teams, but also at the school level as well. So our strategy was to analyze and provide that data to the schools so that it could be used to be able to make informed decisions at the school improvement teams and also as part of the district goal teams. So I hope that you heard through Dr. Miller's presentation, the work that they're doing specifically related to the BT program. That's just one example. Okay. And then also, we talked about benchmarking with school districts. And also, I was going to go back to share that Dr. Miller also referenced in regards to our district leaders that are working specifically with our school improvement goal teams to study and analyze the data to be able to make informed goals that will help to be able to make improvements. So that teacher working conditions data is critical. And we know that our teachers have a voice and that they have utilized this instrument to be able to share how we can get better. And we also have considered, and we are in the beginning steps of doing this, is to benchmark with our region to see, based on similar size, the number of schools and the population, areas in which these regions have scored high and how we can do the same, if not better. So our work in regards to focusing on the customer. As I mentioned before, the work of Central Services, we are a service-oriented leadership. So we provide direct services to our customers. And we always want to be able that we ensure the best services that we're able to do that directly benefits our students, our parents, our businesses, all of our stakeholders, and so our customers can benefit from what we provide them and that they walk away and have a good experience. So it's important that we know who our customers are. Not only that, we need to ensure that we are engaging all of our customer groups, and we want to engage them for long-term success. So listening to the customer voice is extremely important, and how we can continually improve not only our products and our services, but as well as our processes. So in regards to our customer listening, part of the goal work that we have done, not only specifically to the community leadership, community engagement and leadership goal team, but also through our district goal teams, is that we have identified who our customers are. So like we talked about here with Central Services, not only are we providing services to people within the community, parents, students, but also to each other. So we want to make sure that we're modeling and providing the best service available. And through that, we are working to develop, revise, and implement systems to listen to our customers. So 3 resources and methods that we're currently using now are our surveys, our district concern process, as well as Let's Talk. So back in the fall, some of you might be familiar with this that we have done in the past. It's the District Customer Satisfaction Survey. We have reintroduced this. So I hope that it looks familiar. And I wanted to highlight that there is some really good data here. And when I say really good data, it's really good because it helps us be able to study and learn. If we're going to be part of modeling the continuous improvement work, we've got to do it as well. And so we have studied not only the teacher working conditions data, but also this customer satisfaction data. And the results that I'd like to share with you is that this was administered back in the fall. It went to our principals as well as our assistant principals. And so they had an opportunity to provide input on the services that they received specifically from Central Services. This is the district results. And through these 7 categories, you could see what the breakdown is. But one of the things that I would like to highlight in regards to the strongly agree and the agree categories is 6 out of 7 of those scored a higher than 92.5%. So we were extremely happy to see these results. I also want to share that back in January, Dr. Doyle had an opportunity to lead a training with our directors and share this data. And also with Cabinet, we studied it in our retreat and also in my goal team. So not only did we analyze the data, but we also, when it was shared, every department took this very personally. So if they didn't get 100%, and you can see the areas there that show red, it really bothered them. So we know that they want to work to make improvements and do better. So one of the areas that was extremely high, and actually our highest category at 97.2%, was professionalism. That speaks volumes. Not only does it speak volumes, because not only do we want to model professionalism for the entire district, but also it's based on our knowledge and skills. And so we were very happy to see that we scored so high in this area. One of the things that also was part of our Leadership Academy and the work that we did yesterday is that we defined professionalism. What does professionalism look like? Because for one person, it could mean something different than what it could mean for somebody else. So together, collectively, we want to have a definition that we can all model so that everybody receives the same service. And one of the areas that we recognized that we needed to be able to do some further work to be able to study to find out what our principals and assistant principals need is a systematic training. And so we've started that as well to find out specifically what training they need, what they need specifically from the departments, and how we can make that better. So that is an area that we're specifically focusing on. So another part of our listening system is the district concern process. And in the fall, Dr. Doyle shared this with you. And I know that the board has also worked on their flow chart as well for their concern process. And so as part of the customer listening system, it has been identified the difference between a concern as well as a question, or if you needed additional information. So we are working on identifying those two areas and how we can market it better to going forward so that we can be able to provide the best assistance available. So I do have a breakdown for you since the rollout of the district concern process. And this data shows the breakdown in regards to the stakeholders and our customers who have submitted concerns. And of course, the largest percentage of concerns that we have received have been from our parents. And that's probably not surprising because that's our largest population of our customer base. So you also see a breakdown in regards to what our concerns look like. And so you can see here that virtual learning was the largest concern that we had received. And I'm sure, again, that that's not anything that's surprising from probably the calls and the information that you've received as well. And I think it's important and it's evident in the work that we're doing. Just for example, during the board work session in regards to talking about doing continuous improvement and digging down to analyze the data and to find out how we can make improvements, is that Ms. Williamson provided you the feedback on the survey that she did specifically focused on remote and blended learning. And that data is invaluable. It's helping to drive instruction and for the second semester so that our students can have success. And we want them to end and finish strong. And so we have, of course, some opportunities for improvement as we go forward with our goal work. And this is related specifically to the customer satisfaction survey. We identified areas in which we felt that we could do better in terms of collecting this information and how we could utilize it in the future. So one area, this was through Cabinet as well as the goal team, is that we wanted to implement a responsive format prior to the next survey. We also want to define key terminology within the survey so everybody is familiar with what we're asking. Another thing was to provide an opportunity for respondents to provide additional explanation because they might have scored an area low, but we might not know why. And it could be based on one incident or it could have been on something that happened multiple times. So if it's something that needs to be fixed, we want to know. And that really came from our directors because, again, I told you they took this data very personally and they want to be at 100%. We also want to ensure our respondents understand the key processes of each department. So we want to make sure that all of our customers know what services each department provide and to administer the survey to the district staff as well. That was one thing that we didn't do that we felt like we should do, is that not only did we not ask the people within this building, because we also work together. And so if there's something that we can do together to make our processes flow better, we want to know what those are and identify those. So we also want to improve our systematic training, as I mentioned before. So we have already collected feedback from our school and district leaders on what their training needs are. And we've also implemented a training plan that is department specific. So what training do our customers need related to that department? And we've also developed and deployed a training calendar. And that is something that our principals and administrators have been asking for, and now they have it. So all the dates together are in one place. And Ms. Lee has worked really hard in regards to creating that. And we hope that it's helped in terms of being able to help them be organized and know exactly what's happening. So that concludes the information that I have for you today related to Goal 4 for community engagement and leadership. And so I wanted to ask if you have any questions.
Ms. Clark?
Just one.
Yes, ma'am.
Bottom line, what's the major change that you think has been made in Goal 4 since October?
I would have to say the major improvement that we've made since October is studying the data. We've always had data, but I don't think that we have dug deep enough into the data to find out truly what the, maybe not even issues, but what the concerns are or how we can make improvements going forward. So I really feel that that aspect of it and having conversations and listening to each other as well as our customers to see what we can do going forward to make those improvements has been the major thing that we've done since October.
Can you expand when you say study the data?
Yes. So like with the teacher working conditions survey, that is a huge instrument. There are 12 different categories. So we have broken the categories down and analyzed it by category. We've also broken it down not only at the district level, but also studied it by school level for each school. We've also done a Southeast region comparison as well, so that we can identify which school districts within our region that we want to benchmark with. So that is some of the ways in which we've analyzed the data to make improvements.
Based on that study, have you changed anything?
I believe through conversations and work and recommendations, we have. So as you heard Dr. Miller talk about in terms of coaching with our school leaders and also to make sure that that is also part of their school improvement goals, that those conversations are happening.
Thank you, Mrs. Ball.
Ms. Muse?
Hey, Jennifer, your presentations are always so good.
Thank you.
What is the turnaround time? So if you have a stakeholder concern, be it a student, a staff member, a parent, a community leader, what is the typical turnaround time for them to receive a response?
Our goal is 24 hours. Now, that doesn't always necessarily happen depending on when the concern can come in. I know that I can speak from personal experience that I have done concerns, in off hours as well as on the weekends. But sometimes there's information that has to be collected before a response can be provided. So it depends on whether the concern has gone to the correct person or if it needs to be directed to the appropriate department or not.
Okay, gotcha. And then I like the fact that you guys are breaking down the data for teacher working condition surveys.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you compare it to other school districts in the Southeast region that are similar to us, it also helps you determine whether or not your school district is healthy. So I appreciate you guys doing that. Thank you.
Yes, glad to.
Anyone else? Ms. Alpert?
Well, of course, I appreciate your report very much, and thank you for the work that you're doing and helping us to understand the essence, I guess, that can be gleaned from the working conditions survey and the community survey. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Wagner, for an excellent job as always.
Thank you. I appreciate it and look forward to continuing my partnership with you and continuing to work with you.
Thank you so much. I think Mr. Lee is next, is he?
Yes, ma'am.
He's right here.
Everybody. So I'm driving, huh? How's everybody today?
We're fine, thank you.
Good, thank you. Well, I'm very happy and excited to be here with you today to provide an update on Goal 5 around technology. And the two areas that I'm going to concentrate on today are the business modernization project, and that's for Ms. Boomer's benefit especially, because if I could digress a little bit, when I first started here, I gave an update on business modernization And Ms. Boomer was very gracious. She listened to the whole presentation. And at the end, she said, I don't know what in the world you said. So I'm going to try to do a little bit better today, Ms. Boomer, maybe so you don't have to have that same response. But anyway, so we're going to be talking about that, and then we're going to be talking about internet access as well. Two areas that we think are very important. So just as a little reminder, the Business Modernization Project mission is basically an implementation of a new system to modernize financial management, payroll, and human resources. There's a lot of moving parts to it. Can I take this down? Is that okay?
Yes, you can.
Okay. There's a lot of moving parts to it, but at the core, that's what we do. We go from an older system to a new system. So some of the things that are included that you would expect to be included in this type of transition is basic financials. So anything to do with accounting, budgeting, cash management will be in the new system. We'll have the ability on the budgeting side to actually put in what if scenarios. So we can put in a budget and say, okay, what if our teacher allotment goes from this to this? What's the impact? And we can do that in the tool prior to actually finalizing our budget, which will be hugely beneficial. Then we do payroll like we normally would. And on the HR side, one thing that we're excited about is the last bullet is ExecuTime, to where we actually will have an electronic means to track time. So instead of having to do the old traditional paper time sheets, there'll be an electronic way to actually track employees' time. So the project timeline, we started in September of 2019 for the financials, and we go live in March of 2021. So we're getting very close. This is becoming real now. When you start these projects, it's sort of, are we really going to do it? Are we not going to do it? It's becoming real now. So we're very excited about that transition. And when I say March, it'll be anytime in March. You know, there's not really a specific date. And I do want to point out that if we're not to where we're comfortable with actually turning the switch and making a transition, we have the ability to not do it. We can wait to make sure that everything's in line and everything's according to plan. And then the human capital management piece, we started in November 2019, and that goes live mid-year. And the reason that we're having to go live a little bit later on that side is you can only transition payroll twice a year with the company that we're using, either January or June or July. We obviously would not have been ready to transition in January, so we're doing it in June. So when you start a project like this, and I'm going to give you some eye test charts here in a minute, but basically you chunk it up into stages. And I'm making this a little bit probably too simple, but you actually begin the project, you assess and define the project, you build and validate the data, you final test and train, you cut over and accept, and then you close the project. And we have stages and milestones at each one of these stages to make sure that we're where we need to be in the project. So as financials, a little bit of detail, you start seeing those very elementary stages broken down into detail. So we have a detailed project plan to say, this is what you do when, this is how you check off to make sure it's been completed. So it's a very detailed and comprehensive plan that we're working from in each one of the areas, financials. And this is the ITEST chart. So we have Gantt charts for all of this, just to let everybody know where we are. And then we also do the same thing on the human resources side with the eye chart as well. So where we're standing on money, and just a reminder, this project is totally funded by the state. As of now, Craven County Schools has no funding responsibility. So this is the money that's been allocated through the state and how much we spend in each one of the categories. I'm happy to say that we got word 2 weeks ago now that all the pilot, we're still in a pilot stage. We're in the pilot districts. All the pilot districts have been fully funded for this coming year. So we think funding will be okay, but I'll get to that a little bit later in one of my issue slides. So, issues and concerns. So when I say ongoing state budget uncertainties, it's been a huge part of my work to liaison with the state to say, when's the money coming? When's the money dropping? Any project that you do with the state, and this is not derogatory towards them. They've had funding issues at the state level, which correspond to funding issues at the district level. So we've had to stay on top of that to make sure all the money flows and comes to us to keep the project going the way it needs to do, to keep going. Balancing the current work with project implementation. So when you do these types of conversions, we don't automatically get 10 or 15 extra people to come do the implementation work on top of their day-to-day. So when you have a Carrie Rogers in payroll, she's having to do her normal payroll work and help with the implementation of the project. That's not unusual. I mean, in smaller districts especially, you have to sort of balance that to make sure you're not overburdening your people. And I've been very careful and dedicated to our team. And I do want to give they've done an extraordinary job. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better support group than our HR and finance team right now, to be quite honest with you. They're doing the work. They're as excited as you can be about the work because, if you've been doing something for many years and you get something new, there's apprehension. Mm-hmm. So, that's something that we're going to make sure that they're comfortable with before we do anything, that they're trained appropriately. But anytime you have to balance that work is something that you have to consider. System alignment at the state level, again, anytime you do a large state type project where there's alignment between the district and the state, you have to make sure that their deliverables are on time, they're in sync with what we're doing, they don't change the rules too quickly on us. So we're having to make sure that we stay very lockstep with what they're doing at the state level. And then COVID-19 has forced our virtual work. A lot of times when you do these implementations, the team from the company, Tyler Corporation, they would have resources on site working with us hand in hand. Obviously, we haven't been able to do that. We've had to do some of this virtually. So again, given those circumstances and given the amount of work that you have to put in going from an old system to a new system, it's amazing that we've been able to stay as close to schedule as we have. Fingers crossed everything happens in March and then everything happens mid-year. So a very quick transition to the home internet access work that we're doing. The first slide I'm showing here is what we do every year is the schools provide their estimations of home internet access for their students. To be quite honest with you, this is their best estimations. There's nothing scientific about this. This is their gut feel for where they think their students are. And this is reported annually to DPI. What I also wanted to show was I'm working with the North Carolina Broadband Organization at the state level, and this sort of substantiates our issue all along that we have internet issues in Craven County. So if you look at Craven County, that's 68.1. Hopefully I'm reading that correctly from here. And you see their surrounding counties. And basically what this is an availability ranking across the entire state. So if you look at Wake County, 97, 98. If you look at Mecklenburg, practically 100%. So this map is telling us what we've been telling people all along, that Eastern North Carolina has an issue. Not all of Eastern North Carolina, but a majority of Eastern North Carolina has an availability issue that we need to address. So that's the kind of work that we're starting to see now at the county level, the city level, and hopefully we're going to get some help in that area to get our students, our families, and everything, the type of connectivity they need. So what we've done locally, and this is a hotspot update. So basically, we've done what we could. We've secured lots of hotspots. I think we have over close to 1,300 hotspots deployed, and we have about 500 and something available now. We've met all requests that we have. We have about 500 available, and then we're getting another 1,000 or so coming in later in the year through the Project 10 Million And I wanted to point out that these are all funded through some means, COVID, something through the governor's office. So we're not funding any of this hotspot activity right now. So we're in a good place with hotspots as far as volume. We've covered what we know that we have a need of, and we've done our best to meet those needs. Now, this doesn't, the issues that we have with hotspots, we still have with hotspots. This doesn't necessarily fix that to where, you know, if you have a wireless connection issue in Western Craven County, you still could have that, but at least we've got hotspots to the people that needed them. So that's good news. So opportunities for improvement in this area especially. So when I spoke to the school estimation of home internet access, we need to get more systematic with that on how we're keeping up with our students and families on what they have and do not have. So what we're going to put in, we're going to look at a better way to survey these folks, formally survey these folks, to where we're going to use PowerSchool, and we're probably going to look at 3 to 4 times annually to say, do you have reliable internet? Get that survey information back. Now, we know that's not going to hit all the families. We're hoping for about 70%, give or take. Then what we'll do for the ones that we don't get through PowerSchool surveying, we'll do an all-call. We'll use our Blackboard, our call system, to hit the rest of them. And the ones that we don't get through that, then we'll probably have to go through the schools to say, you know, you have these handful of students that we really need for you to try to make contact with to get a reliable, you know, information on their connectivity status. We're hoping to have those surveys available by the end of February and start rolling that out. And this will be every year. The other thing that we're doing is part of our remote registration through PowerSchool. That's a question now. So when you register a student for Craven County Schools, you get the internet connectivity information at that time. The second thing that we're looking at is more complete county internet coverage, continue to work with county and state and federal agencies. And we have a little bit of exciting news, fingers crossed. There's a company called Harvest Bean who made a grant application. The grant was due December 23rd. And they basically asked for $1.7 million for their grant submission. And what this does is they'll be able to provide wireless broadband solutions in the parts of the county that need it. And the reason I'm excited about this, and this is me excited, this is me, is because it's not the same as where cellular coverage is. So in Harlow, Ms. Clark, where they don't have adequate cellular coverage, this company will actually go in and fix assets to where it handles Harlow. It's not reliant on the cell signal anymore. So they're going to pinpoint areas in the county that really need this coverage and put those assets there. And it's 100 megabit broadband cellular service. It's good internet providing to our families. And on top of that, if their business plan is for it to be 2 years free service for the people who need it. Now, after that, there'll be some, you know, pay charges and stuff like that for the plan. But the first 2 years, it's going to be free. So like I said, their application was due December 23rd. They expect to hear sometime mid-February to March, whether they were awarded or not. If they do get the award, then they'll start building out the plan sometime over the summer and then have availability sometime fourth quarter this year. If this holds true, this will be remarkable work and it will really, really help families. And they really picked western part of Craven County. So Ms. Clark, I'm going to have to work on Harlow to make sure they don't ignore that. But they sort of looked at things that were needed, and Craven County was one of the areas that they picked. So we're very excited about that.
What is the name of this company again?
Harvest Bean.
Okay.
And the person, we've had a conversation with the person who's in charge of this company. She has an outstanding background. She worked in the Obama administration. She knows what she's doing. So we're really holding out hope that that's going to be beneficial. I continue to have conversations with our county officials. And the other good news is, I don't know if you saw it recently, but our mayor and the Board of Aldermen for the city of New Bern wrote a letter to Josh Stein, the Attorney General, complaining about Suddenlink.
I saw it.
And I think there's other small cities that are jumping on the bandwagon. And not to say that's a fix-all, but I mean, when you get that type of help, and if, if Mr. Stein, whatever Mr. Stein does as Attorney General with these companies, at least visibility that we have issues here. So we're seeing some movement. So hopefully sometime this year I can come back and say we're even in a better place. That's where we are right now. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have. Yes, ma'am.
With the new system, will you guys still be using the Cook spreadsheets as well,
No,
or
ma'am.
they're gone?
They'll be gone.
Okay.
They'll be, without getting into a lot of detail, there's a counterpart in Tyler that's kind of like, you get the same information, but Cook spreadsheets will no longer be needed.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone, Ms. Smith?
Will the new system address some of the, without saying what they were, but, we've had some issues with human errors over the, was this going to address that and put some safety things in place?
It will, because what you do is you put process flows in place and you have checkpoints along the way, so you can't get too far along without things being correct. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Alpott?
So as an example, there'll be one point of entry for HR and finance, an individual. They'll have one birth date. It's all system.
Correct.
They'll have, one system number. Everything has one place that it has to be right and corrected.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Which is one of the real advantages, because I think the way we've been existing, we've had multiple systems and data being entered. So sometimes you pull a report and the right hand and left hand are a little bit different.
That's right. And that goes back to the comment or the thing I pointed out about the state alignment. Some of that work has to be done at the state level as well. So making sure that those things are in sync and they talk is going to be critical. But yes, sir, that's the intent.
Okay. Really excited about that. In March.
We hope. Yeah. I mean,
It's been a while in coming.
I'm one of those people, I like everything to be very, very right before we pull the trigger. And rest assured, we will do that. We're not going to, like I said, we're not going to jeopardize any of our folks. Number one, putting them under undue burden. And number two, we need this information to be correct, obviously.
Well, if I remember correctly, one of your skills is project management. So I have all faith in the project and how it's managed. The last question I had is these, this new access, I'm going to assume it's tower-based.
It is. It's cellular. Yes, sir. Cellular broadband is it's fixed wireless is the definition of it. But yes, it's cellular.
Is it line of sight?
It's traditional cellular. It doesn't have to be line of sight. So that's
Okay.
why the coverage is going to be better. We're hoping if they deploy their assets where it needs to be deployed, it should be better coverage.
Okay. And last point to that, we have a grant that has to be approved.
Mm-hmm.
We have a plan that has to be put together. I'm sure the application for the grant has a lot of that element.
It does.
But then you have to schedule your project, have your parts and pieces acquired. And then you've got to go through installation and testing. And then finally, you're ready and live. We're probably talking about the end of the year, maybe?
That's their plan. They're looking at Q4 commercial availability, what they call commercial availability,
Okay.
which means it's ready to go. So once they get the application approved, be it in February or March, and this is a little, not to say it's not hard work, but this is a little bit less labor intensive because they're not actually putting fiber in the ground. All they're doing is they're fixing broadband assets to assets in the county potentially, or to cellular towers, and then you're up and going. Now, their eventual plan is to put fiber in the ground to the end user, but that's not their initial, their first rollout. They're just going to do the cellular broadband piece.
Well, it raises one last question. The fiber that we have across Craven County that many people partnered to make happen, I'm guessing that we're getting a benefit from that here too. the reach of the fiber in the western part of the county?
Only if some of that fiber can be used for them to do backhaul for their cellular broadband work. And I'm not trying to, this gets a little murky because what they have to do is get their data to something that can use that data for internet access. So there has to be a backhaul piece, and they'll have to work that backhaul plan out. So unless some of our assets can be used for that, you're not going to see a lot of our fiber being used for this particular project, would be my guess right now. But I'll stay in touch with, her name's Jessica Ruffalo. I'm probably hacking that name, but I'll stay in touch with her, and whatever assistance we can provide to make this easier and more efficient for her, rest assured we will be doing that.
Thank you.
I don't have a degree in engineering, but I enjoyed the lesson from Mr. Alpert and Mr. Lee. And so I'm a bottom line person. Let me see if I understand this correctly.
Okay.
If this program we do get the grant and it is approved, for the first 2 years, it is free service.
It is free service.
And after that, they began to, no, I'm going to say we, because I fall in that western end.
It will be whatever that company sets their pricing out after 2 years. Yes, ma'am.
So, but there is it can be a permanent service?
It's permanent, yeah.
Okay.
This is actually a company coming in to provide service to our customers. Yes, ma'am.
We need it on the western end. We really do need it.
And a little bit of difference in this one and some of the other companies is, say if there's a different solution out there where if a company comes in, then the county has to actually provide funding. The company, that they apply for a grant and they'll get $10, but the county needs to put up $6 to complete the work. If this plan holds true, and it could change, but if this plan holds true, there is no funding requirement on our side. She applied for enough funding for the project to at least start to get to the level of completion that she thinks she needs to get to.
So all the communities in the western end, if this goes through, will have access to internet services.
The plan is to do their best to cover the folks that don't have access right now.
Yeah, don't
Yes,
have
ma'am.
it, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any more questions from anyone? Thank you, Mr. Lee.
You're welcome.
I did understand it much better than the first time. Thank you so much.
Good, I met my goal.
You did. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. So Dr. Doyle? Okay.
And before I start, do you all need a break? We've got 2 more presentations, which are the smallest of the ones we've heard so far, but it's really up to you all.
Ms. Clark? Y'all need a break? You good? We're good to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this last part is, as I mentioned during my introduction to our organizational review today, there's been a change in these last couple of goals under the broad goal of Goal 5, which is operations and resources. And specifically, as you know, a lot of the data that was presented last year and at the first organizational review with relation to this specific goal has been about compliance with drills, talking about our health inspections, transportation efficiency ratings. Those things will continue, and you'll continue to see that data throughout our organizational reviews each year. However, we also wanted to make sure that we're looking at all data that is related to satisfaction around our facilities and our compliance with safety. Just as a reminder about the things that were identified as improvement opportunities, there were some challenges in this area specifically because there were not health inspections going on in our cafeterias at that time because we had not yet opened back. And then increasing our bus efficiency by reducing the number of infractions during inspections. Those inspections have just come in, and so that's data that we will present again at the April organizational review. So those things you'll continue to see those throughout each organizational review, or not each, but throughout organizational reviews each year. But this is not the only work that this team is going to be working on. So as we reorganize these goals after the approval of the board to add the technology goal that Mr. Lee presented, one of the things that we did was really try to get a good survey of what are all the federal, state, and local facility safety and security requirements. that included, and there's a very long list of these, but just kind of thinking in broad terms, what inspections do we have done at each of our facilities and campuses in multiple parts of those campuses? What reports are required as a part of the work in those departments and for those state, local, or federal requirements. And then in addition, we've developed and prioritized data that informs the work of this goal team. And so that data will begin coming in and analyzed in ways that will be reported at the goal team level and with schools, and then above the line with the board to inform our work, making improvements overall. The biggest piece of work that we've done since the last time was looking at the teacher working conditions data specifically for facilities and resources, and identified key data points to focus on for our balanced scorecard. And what you'll see is, and actually Stephen's a member of this goal team, but what you'll see is that we looked at, there's a whole section on the teacher working conditions survey that is based on facilities and resources. And there are approximately 8 to 9 questions in that area. We focused in on those 3 questions where we were the biggest difference from the state's average, okay? One of the things that we also found out as we were asking questions about this data was, and especially about this first one, was when was this data collected? So you all may remember the teacher working conditions survey. We send out information and it does not come from us. It does not come from the local school system. It really comes from the state superintendent's office, and it is funneled through our local teacher organizations. And those local teacher organization leaders are responsible for making sure that each school, we know how many folks are supposed to fill out the survey, and the survey gets out. By the time that we started the pandemic, less than half of our teachers who were going to respond had responded. So more than half of the respondents provided information to us after the pandemic started. And you can, and I think in some ways you can look at our data and see that there were heightened concerns about lots of things. And so facility safety and especially health as it went to the cleanliness of our buildings and that kind of thing were issues that folks were concerned about, as they should be, as they should be. So this first question, again, I said the top 3 because we are going to try to focus on those things that we can really provide improvement on quickly and efficiently and successfully. The school environment is clean and well maintained. And what you see here is that the state was at about 80% and the district was a little over 60%. And so there was about a 15% discrepancy between the state average and our schools. And so we are looking at that data from the point of view of which campuses had the most significant issues and what challenges that we see there. In addition, the other question that was one of the lower ones is the reliability and speed of the internet connections in the school are sufficient to support instructional practices. So we've been talking a lot over the last 6 to 9 months about internet connections outside of the school. How do our kids get access to our instructional materials when they're remote? But what we have also determined and found out from the teacher working conditions survey is that there's some concerns, and in specific places, about the internet connections when they're in school. So one of the things that we're talking about in our goal team is it wired or wireless? What's the challenge here so that we can make improvements there? Finally, the physical environment of classrooms in this school support teaching and learning. And again, this was the third area that it was not as significant as the previous 2, but it was below the state average as well. And that should not come as a surprise to our board, as we know that one of the big constraints before the pandemic and during the pandemic has been the size of our classrooms. But also we need to know what teachers are looking for in their classrooms to feel like that the physical environment does support teaching and learning. So that brings us to our improvement opportunities in this area. First, school cleanliness is the lowest area on the facilities and resources portion of the teacher working conditions survey. So we're going to conduct interviews with teachers to identify priorities with the concern of school cleanliness. As you heard Ms. Wagner talk about during her goal presentation, school improvement coaches that are cabinet level people are going to be going to schools and asking questions specific to some of the most significant issues that we found on the teacher working conditions survey. This will be one of them. And so as we go out to schools, we're going to try to determine where are the biggest challenges that they see in cleanliness, and then what do we need to do in terms of making improvements. Another thing that we've got to talk about, and this is something that I've mentioned to the board before, is that we need to assess the number of custodians per square foot in benchmark districts. And so we need to identify those benchmark districts in the Southeast region and compare to see if that is not part of the issue. We know, I know that our custodial staff is doing amazing work. You cannot go into a building right now and not see what they're doing. But they are also need more staff. And so we want to make sure that as we think about our budgets moving forward, that we're considering how those additional staff needs are considered in our budget requests. Second, reliability and speed of internet. And now you can see that there are specific schools targeted there. Those were the lowest. They were below 60%. However, this is really something that we're targeting across the entire district. The reliability and speed of internet connections in the school is the second lowest area in comparison. So we're going to be conducting a network assessment of wired versus wireless network to see where we're having connection issues so that we can begin targeting improvements with the work that's being done with our technology department. And there were a couple of schools that were listed specifically, and so those will be some options for us to review data at the school level. And then finally, the physical environment in classrooms supports teaching and learning is the third lowest area, again, in comparison to the state average. This is actually a very timely opportunity for us as we start coming back to the board with a long-range facility master plan and asking our teachers first to tell us what are the key things that should be in our classrooms to ensure that it is an environment that fosters teaching and learning. And so as we go out and conduct those, ask those questions to our staff, then bringing that data back to inform the recommendations that we make to the Board of Education moving forward. And so that's the entire district where we'll be targeting that work. So you will see this work again as it comes up with our long-range facility master plan. That is the completion of this part of Goal 5. And so I'll take any questions that you have.
Anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Doyle.
Okay, and I will turn it over to Ms. Lee, who will take us
Okay.
home.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Lee will be our next presenter.
Hello, everyone. So the final part of this organizational review will be to talk about our systems approach to improvement. The last time we met, we talked about some opportunities that we had, and that included increasing the transfer of knowledge from training to classroom practice. So we still have had lots of training going on, but yet to get into the classroom to see it in action. So that's our next step. We were hoping that would happen a little sooner, but of course we got delayed until after Martin Luther King holiday. And so we are now forecasting that to happen in February. Also, we knew that we have teachers, staff members that require differentiated learning, just as our students do. So providing a differentiated platform for our professional learning for our staff members, and that is something that we have been working on. The training for that will be the month of February. Miss Ashley DeCamp is organizing that work, and she has worked with the company to develop a deployment and communication plan, and we will be training in the month of February. The learning system coaches will provide support planning and modeling components of the classroom learning systems. I think I skipped too much, but I'm sorry about that. And internal coaching, like I said, will begin in February to provide teachers trained with feedback to improve their practices. The other thing with our frontline professional learning that we want to do is we're going to begin building in-house staff development trainings within the platform itself. And that will allow us to have a house for our yearly trainings that everyone has to do. And everything will be located in one area. Okay, so this is not a slide that's unfamiliar to you. You have seen this slide. To date, we have trained 478 teachers. And as I said before, the internal coaching is scheduled to begin in February. So when you think about this, our district, we have several levels that we're working on. That will be at the school level, at the teacher level and at classroom level. At the school level, we have 18 schools who have at least one trained cohort. By the end of January, 11 of our schools will be 100% trained. And by the end of April, all schools, 100%, will have at least one trained cohort. At the district level, you all are having monthly board trainings. The cabinet level is getting monthly coaching, and the division and the department coaching has started. They have all received about a day and a half at this point, but we anticipate that continuing on. So the schools with at least one trained cohort are at the top, and the upcoming trainings that we have scheduled are scheduled in February, March, and we have one in the month of April. Once that happens, all schools will have at least one cohort, and a cohort generally is about 19 to 20 teachers. So some of our goals for coaching, our district learning system coaches are assigned to support schools instructionally and the classroom implementation. As I said, they do have some areas of specialty, some of them. We are down to about 7 and hoping next year we'll have more. Our school learning coaches are in schools to support daily, and those were the 7 that I mentioned earlier, and they can do daily tutoring and things like that. Improving teaching practice we're particularly emphasizing to teach children how to learn. We want our kids to know what they need to bring to the table in order to be effective learners. And improve learning academic and behavioral outcomes through improved teaching practices. So I would be remiss if I did not shout about the successes that we have had this year in the middle of a pandemic, I might add. We have moved at the beginning of this deployment and re-engagement to systems approach. We began with the thought that we wanted principals to ask for the training. We wanted to make it available, but we did not want to use a hammer and make people participate that were not ready. So we've moved from asking principals to sign their schools up or asking them if they'd like to leaders reaching out and requesting whole school training in order to move their schools along quicker. West Craven High School kind of led this charge, and once that happened, there's been many schools that have fallen in behind them. Due to the pandemic, trainings were random, but since midsummer, we've been consistent, and we've systematically trained staffs in all areas of our district. Throughout the pandemic, the Curriculum and Instruction Department has maintained a focus on providing teachers the support they need regardless of the circumstances. And due to acceptable variances in what teaching and learning practices look like, whether it's face-to-face, virtual, or a blended model, we continue emphasizing and focusing on providing school leaders and coaches professional learning opportunities for what strong classroom learning systems look like and sound like, so everyone can help make changes. Guys, you all know change is hard. Even without a pandemic, it's hard. So that's just made it more difficult. But we're making progress at all levels of our organization. As a district, we have district goal teams in place. We're improving curricular documents like pacing guides and benchmark assessments, instructional resources. And Cabinet is aligning the division and department work with the strategic plan and key strategies. All of our work continually makes us go back to our strategic plan. At the school level, coaching school improvement teams to align work with the strategic plan and key strategies. That includes goal setting, monitoring, funding, all of those items. Goal teams are operational now at the school level, and they're meeting regularly. And learning system coaches have helped formalize the professional learning community process. We all were trained in professional learning communities last year by SRI, but this year we've been able to formalize some of those processes and give people the opportunity to have their voice heard. And then at the classroom level, students are providing feedback on what is and what is not working for their own learning. We heard that when Ms. Williamson shared the survey data. Students, when asked, they said, I like to have the lecture in a flipped model. We shared that with our teachers. Your kids are saying they like this. Student engagement is embedded in all of our lessons. That's a very important focus for us. And students know what their learning goals are and why they are learning. And with that, I am glad to answer any questions for you today.
Have any questions, anybody? Thank you, Ms. Lee. You did such an excellent job. We don't have any questions. You answered them for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Praise the Lord.
We have two things. Sorry. I just want to acknowledge the things that I've heard from the board today that we are going to take back and make sure that we follow back up on. One is making sure that you all get the presentation earlier and also make sure that the presentation that we make to you continues to be an important part of this process, but also make sure that you get the paper copies more in advance. We heard that you want us to investigate the difference between the dropout rate when we had dropout counselors versus when we did not. You want to know which kids are not showing up at each school. So we'll get that data. And concurrently, how many students have we lost that we've not had contact with at all? Somebody asked that question. We need to help our families understand. I got this from a question that was asked, how we check out books, how they can check out books if they're Craven Live versus in person. Want to know how many tutors are at each school, what additional support is being provided, the remediation plans. Need to report the number of staff who come to us from Craven from other LEAs, that was asked. How are we recording information on the exit surveys so that people feel comfortable being honest with their feedback, but also feel like they have the opportunity to come back, which that's definitely what we want. How do we convey to our staff who might think about leaving or might be thinking about leaving that we want them to stay? And I would say just to that point, that happens well before they get ready to think about leaving. And then what is the process for identifying good buddy teachers? Like, do we have a kind of a criteria for that? So I wanted to make sure that you had that. Also, there was a question, I think, about Tucker Creek attendance rate. Theirs was 96.2, 94.2, 92.3, and 93.1. So they were close to 95. They just weren't right above that line. So there's some information there. And with that, Chairman, I can conduct the evaluation if you all are ready. Okay. So I'm going to move back to my seat. So in terms of the board's mission, what worked for the board today?
Alignment.
All right, alignment. What else?
Presentations were thorough.
Thank you. Anything else?
Questions from the board were excellent.
And I think along those same lines for me, I say for me, maybe for them, maybe for us, was to allow each presenter to present and then have questions.
Okay. Anything else?
I think we need to recognize that when we did ask them questions, they gave us thorough answers as well.
Yeah, the staff was incredibly confident and prepared
Yeah.
with their information.
Okay.
And it was very evident, very apparent that a lot of hard work went into doing these presentations. Presenting was a lot easier than what it was trying to get it together, I'm sure.
Anything else? All right, it could have been better if?
If we had had lunch.
Yes. Anything else?
For me, it works better if we have clearly defined next steps. Not to say, we said, these are our next steps to improve, but more like a deadline or actually action steps to complete those improvements.
Okay,
I did have one more plus.
okay.
All our board members were able to be here.
Anything else? Deltas?
Oh, we were very happy to have Mrs. Wheeler with us today.
Yes.
That's a plus.
All right, the things that worked, alignment, presentations were thorough, questions from the board were excellent, allowing each presenter to present and then pose questions. Need to recognize that when we asked questions, we were provided thorough answers. Staff was incredibly confident and prepared with information. Evident and apparent that a lot of hard work went into creating the presentations. Presenting was easier than the preparation. All board members were able to be present. Happy to have Ms. Wheeler with us today. Deltas, it would have been better had we had lunch and clearly defined next steps with dates, action steps to complete the improvements. That's all I have, Chairman.
Okay.
And you just need a motion to adjourn.
I need to get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Not that I didn't enjoy it all, but.
I was about to say, was that too fast?
Okay, it has been moved and second that we adjourn the January 26th, 2021 organizational review meeting. You have heard the question. Are you ready you have heard the answer. Are you ready for the question? All those who are in favor of adjourning this meeting, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it, this meeting is adjourned.